Today, we will continue the discussions on thematic areas. So the first panel this morning will be on renewable energy and green hydrogen. Then we'll have a panel on climate smart agribusiness and agro-based manufacturing. And a panel on green industrialization and investments and finance. Then I'm not sure, lunch comes after that. There will be lunch. And then after lunch, we will have this second roundtable on policy implications and political economy considerations. So I'll now hand over to Alexis, who will be both the presenter and the moderator, and I will let him introduce the guests who I think are with us online.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning, everybody. In this session, we will have first a short presentation to actually set the scene for the hydrogen production. And then we will have, as Lindsay has mentioned, a discussion. We have eminent panelists to actually debate this very important topic. So we have three main discussants, Gail Montmasson-Claire and Geoffrey Bakabolindi and Simon Robert. Are you all present? Gaylor, are you available online?
Hi. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes.
Good morning. Geoffrey?
Hi, I'm here. I'm here too. Thank you.
Great. Simon?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. So thank you. Without any further ado, let me just we start with this presentation, with the short presentation on some of the key facts in the green hydrogen industry, so to set some of the facts straight before we engage in the debate, because sometimes we have misconceptions about what is going on in the green hydrogen industry and in the green energy in general. So after giving some of the details, we will open the floor for the questions and the discussions, and we will enjoy the enlightenment from our eminent panelists. Can you launch the presentation, please? Actually, energy is extremely important when we talk about green industrialization, because it's energy that drives industrialization. So in order to understand the possibilities that are available to us in terms of transitioning to green industrialization, we first sought to analyze how the newest technologies can actually be adopted in the energy production sector, not just production, but also transmission, storage, and use, in order to maximize the energy available for production, to limit the spillage of energy, and then to try and make it as green as possible to ensure that whatever is produced by that energy is green. So the study actually goes over what is available in South Africa. We start from what is available at the technological frontier, and then see what is available in South Africa, and then give some key facts that are constraining the production of green energy, and then conclude. Move on, please. So I have already mentioned why we need energy and why we need it to be green. The study objective, as I also mentioned, is to try and analyze how the newest technologies can be brought in to overcome some of the challenges. And then I will briefly mention how we actually intend to collect data on that and how we expect to analyze the outcome of the study for the South African case. But as I said, it's derived from whatever is available also on the global scale. Next one. So for South Africa, it's a particularly difficult problem because we are facing the so-called energy crisis involving load shedding, because we do not have sufficient production capacity to serve the existing needs of the market. So energy in general is already a problem, and green energy is an even challenging problem for South Africa that we need to overcome. The other point is for some countries, particularly South Africa, electricity actually takes up a big chunk of energy use, energy production and energy use, for a good reason, because electricity is the most versatile form of energy, because it can be transformed into any other form of energy, but it's not the only source of energy, as we all know. The next one. Okay, so for South Africa, the green energy challenge is so big because the biggest source of green energy are not available to South Africa. Hydropower, the capacity of hydropower is less than 4% of total electricity production. And the country is not in a position to expand that because we are a semi-arid country. And most of the dams that will be used for hydropower are also used for water consumption because of the climatic conditions. So the potential for expansion is extremely limited. But we have a lot of sun, so we have a potential for solar energy. But again, it's not enough to have sun. We also need the technology to make it produce that solar energy. And as we mentioned a little bit later, the solar energy equipment production is concentrated in a few countries, and it's particularly dominated by China. So there are other sources of green energy that I mentioned here in the presentation, but I won't go to the details. So we can talk about nuclear fusion, we can talk about wind, we can talk about thermal energy, we can talk about biomass, all of these things that you are familiar with. But currently in South Africa, the potential to move to those forms of energy, it exists, but it needs to be exploited to the full extent. Next one, please. Okay. So a very important point in this energy production mix is obviously the topic of today, the hydrogen fuel cells, green hydrogen. So what is green hydrogen? It has been confusing for me, and I have dug into some of the details. And I uncovered some of the facts that are not as convenient as they have been presented so far. They are all in the public domain, but sometimes I have the impression that we are jumping over the facts. Let's try to understand how green hydrogen is produced. Green hydrogen is actually produced when we use already existing green energy, and then we take either fossil fuels or water or other sources of hydrogen, and then we transform it into pure hydrogen. So hydrogen itself is not a source of energy. It's a way of storing energy, because once you have pure hydrogen, then it can be converted into electricity. But to get there, you need to put energy. You also need to put it under pressure in order to be able to store it. It's extremely flammable, and it's dangerous. So there are lots of precaution measures that need to be taken before you can use that hydrogen. And the other point, next point, please. Next slide. There are different processes of producing hydrogen. I won't go to the details of each of the processes, but the most important one is maybe the one that produces 50% of all available green hydrogen globally. So it's based on converting the methane gas into hydrogen. We will have a scheme representing all sources of hydrogen on the next slide. But most of the hydrogen that is produced globally is produced from, 90% is produced from fossil fuels, and 50% of all of fossil fuels is produced using a very specific process of methane conversion with very high temperatures ranging from 700 to 1100 degrees Celsius. So it requires a lot of energy to produce. So in this, okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this thing is not so visible. That's why I reproduced it on the next slide. But this gives the whole cycle of the available methods for producing hydrogen. And as you, do we have a printer here? No. Maybe let's just go to the next slide. Keep in mind what was here. So when we use solar energy to produce electricity, and then we use that electricity for water electrolysis. So we just put water and it separates water into oxygen. Then this is the correct way of producing green hydrogen. Now the point is that energy conversion has an efficiency of between 70 and 80%. So you want to produce green hydrogen, you already have green energy, you have to accept that 20% of it, right? 20 to 30% of it, and then you have green hydrogen. So for a country with energy scarcity, it is a very big consideration. But in some cases, it may be very useful when you have no means of transporting the source of energy on the point of use. But for the supply of green energy in general, we need to take into account that you are not gaining, but you are already taking green energy and losing some of it. So the other points that are considered here on this scheme is using the conversion, so starting from fossil fuels and then using this conversion at high temperatures. So depending on the method that you are using, to actually keep the carbon emissions, then you can call it green somehow. But most of it ends up being blue hydrogen or even gray hydrogen. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the structure of the market right now. I have just taken it, just copied it this morning from a document that is produced by Harvard University. China now supplies 70% of all solar panels globally. And 4 of the top 10 countries in the production of wind energy are also in China. So how do we as African country try to enter this market knowing that China has been investing billions to gain a cost advantage in the production of equipment? And so the point is, when we start analyzing the green industrialization, especially in Africa, we end up finding many companies are just importing solar panels from foreign countries without any connection to local production. And then we find it quite problematic to call it or to attach it to green industrialization, while it's just importing things that are already produced from abroad without adding any considerable part of the value. Next one. Okay. I think I have laid out the most important considerations. So the study that we are conducting is actually trying to analyze how African countries and South Africa in general can get into that market and try to overcome the disadvantages that we face by using smart technologies to try to foray into that type of a market and create value rather than just importing existing technologies for green energy production in South Africa. In a nutshell, this is what I had to say. So now I want to bring in our panelists. So let me start with Professor Simon Robert from University of Johannesburg, with his insights on this highly important debate. So Simon, considering some of these challenges and many more that I was not able to mention, so what are for you the possibilities that are available to African countries in general and to South Africa in particular to gain a foothold in this market and contribute to bringing a sustainable and green energy production?
Thanks very much for the invitation. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present. I've got a couple of slides I just thought would be helpful to share to just illustrate some of the examples where these opportunities might lie, but also some of the big challenges that are there. I just do this in response to the first couple of questions and then respond in terms of the discussion afterwards, if that's okay. Am I able to share?
I think it
Let me
should
try
be
and
possible.
share. Will it hopefully it'll come up and be visible? So I want to make it full screen. Okay, is that full screen? Yes, I think so. So I think I just wanted to answer the question with a couple of observations and then use an example. And I should say, first of all, this is drawing from a paper that well, been doing with Antonio Andrini and Jason Bell, which is on our CRED website. So it's there. If people are interested in more details, there's other links there as well to work we've been doing. And we've really been looking at this through a kind of industrial policy lens. And the first thing I want to highlight is that I really agree with Alexis. I mean, it's, you know, the green hydrogen path you only use if there aren't alternatives for using green electricity directly. So you've got the energy loss in the conversion. So it's not that green hydrogen is a kind of panacea for decarbonizing industries, but there are critical industries where it seems the most appropriate route to go. These industries are very emissions intensive, and it will require making these links to renewable energy generation. And while many African countries, most African countries are energy scarce in terms of the generation capacity, they are rich in terms of renewable energy potential. So the green hydrogen demand for renewable energy is both a challenge, but also an opportunity for those areas of the world, which includes areas, many parts of Africa, where there's really good renewable energy potential. But to realize this requires making the linkages through an energy system which is regulated as set of government policies and incentives through to the production of green hydrogen, which is an industrial process, through to the demand side, which is again essentially challenges of coordination, and it holds out this potential for a kind of a new phase of industrial development. It's systemic and cross-sectoral, and there's lots of differentiation here. So we need to understand particular industry specificities, as well as overcoming resistance to change, such as large-scale investments in coal or other fossil fuels, and in terms of politics, of course, as well. But it does hold out this potential for countries to really think, if we're able to think in the context of reshaping the regulatory frameworks to take advantage of these opportunities, but unlocking a whole set of linkages and building capabilities. You may think this is a very tall challenge, and it is, but countries such as Namibia and also I understand Kenya as well are showing the way here, showing what is possible. We know that the costs have come down very quickly for renewable energy, and we know that that there are these industries, iron and steel, some parts of chemicals and cement, which are really emissions intensive. And these industries are going to have to decarbonize globally. So you might say, well, it's unfair that Europe is putting on carbon border adjustment measures and it's undermining Africa's exports. And I think we all agree on that. The steel industry, however, has got an international committee, a global committee, where they are looking across borders at decarbonizing the steel industry. Similar initiatives happening in fertilizer as well. So while these geopolitical tensions are playing out, the industries are also looking ahead and saying, we're so emissions intensive that in actual fact, at some point in the future, through whatever means, we're going to end up in a decarbonized or very low carbon world. The question is, where do African countries land in that decarbonized world for industries like steel and chemicals, which are producing traded products and very important base products for industrial development? I'm going to use an example just of fertilizer. And this is essentially an industrial policy set of challenges. It's about coordinating different tools and regulations, incentives with enforceable levers on large companies making these investments for this kind of, whether we have a broader structural transformation or different enclaves, which I think is the risk. And the industries are decarbonizing at the moment very slowly. If you look at the right-hand side, this shows how the targets have to be reached globally. But the next decade and a half, things are going to happen much, much quicker. And that relates to investments and decisions that are happening now. The investment cycle in steel or heavy chemicals is so long that it's going to relate to developments that are going to start coming through the pipeline. And we know that if we're looking at where would you be looking at getting your renewable energy from for these industries, if you're a global steel multinational or a chemicals company, then you're looking at where that renewable energy is best available, and you can see some of the best areas are in Namibia and South Africa, but also in East Africa and North Africa as well. And we've got a link up there for all of these different parts around the green hydrogen through to the different industrial applications. Okay, it's my last slide. I just want to highlight what does this mean for fertilizer, and why is this an industrial policy or a green hydrogen for industrial policy challenge? Well, first of all, it's an industrial policy challenge because fertilizer is an industrial process, and almost no countries in the continent produce fertilizer. They do, they're just blending fertilizer products which are imported. So African countries are subject to much higher fertilizer prices than in the world. So as dependent on imports, it's also dependent on or impacted by the volatility in world markets. But fertilizer for African farmers is much more expensive than fertilizer to American or European farmers. So this is undermining agriculture and worsening food insecurity right now. And it's doing that because we haven't industrialized in terms of fertilizer production. So Africa is the exception here. In some countries, North Africa, but in sub-Saharan Africa, really, it's just South Africa. So there's an ongoing case for investing in fertilizer production. This is the industry that, after electric vehicles, is the second industry that's seen as a breakthrough industry in terms of using green hydrogen. And African countries, some of the best countries in terms of renewable energy to make green hydrogen through to ammonia. The really big question is, well, what does one need to make this to realize this opportunity? And essentially, it's about a set of linked investments from the renewable energy through to the green hydrogen, through to the ammonia production and the fertilizer production. But because the prices are much higher in African countries, the case for this investment is stronger. If you're looking at the subsidies or the taxes that have been estimated in Europe to make green ammonia through to fertilizer competitive with gray hydrogen and through to ammonia, they're talking about the estimate's around $100 a ton. This is based on average prices looking back over the last decade or so, before the Russia-Ukraine war. So not taking into account the spike, but before that, what were the average prices? That difference of $100 a ton on the carbon tax, which translates to a $200 a ton increase in ammonia made from fossil fuels, is smaller than the difference that already exists in African countries if you're importing ammonia, which South Africa does, or if you're transforming that into urea or ammonium nitrate. So the commercial case is stronger, but the investment case needs certainty, needs financing, needs all the industrial policy instruments to come together. It's also critically important for explosives, which are important for the mineral products which go into green industries. So if you're thinking about the copper belt in Zambia, the DRC, copper production is projected to treble. That uses explosives. Those explosives are ammonium nitrate based. Where is that ammonia coming from that's going to be used for the copper that's going into the green industries? That's the question that takes us all the way back to this set of linked investments and industrial policy challenges. Let me leave it there, but just wanted to give that example. So these are narrow. There's narrow areas of opportunity for green hydrogen, but they're also critical root industries because they have these diversified downstream linkages into industries, also through into agriculture. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much for these insights. Maybe before we get back to these questions regarding fertilizers, because it's extremely important, let's first bring in Gaylor to also give and share his insights. Gaylor?
Yeah, thanks so much, and good morning, everyone, again. It's really a pleasure to join you, even though remotely. To share a few thoughts, I guess, on focusing mostly on renewable energy for my part, particularly because, of course, of the role that I play at the moment. And I currently lead the development of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, which is a master plan aiming at developing or driving the industrial and inclusive development of renewable energy value chains in South Africa. So it really speaks to to your question about how do we get industrial capacity in the renewable energy and storage value chains. I'll share a few graphs as well along the way. I don't have a structured presentation, but I do want to share a few graphs to illustrate my point. The first thing to drive any kind of industrial development off the back of the renewable energy and storage value chains is to have demand. All right, and it seems like a simple point to make actually, but it's so critical, and whether or not you have the actual technology is not that problematic, If you talk to any manufacturer in the renewable energy space, be it towers, panels, blades, batteries, whatever the case may be, they all start by saying, well, can you show me the extent of the local demand? And the threshold depends, but generally there's always a sweet spot around kind of 1 gigawatt of demand per year, at least for 5 years. And she said, well, if you can show me, not guarantee me, but show me that there's going to be some demand of at least a gigawatt a year, then we can have a discussion, and take it forward and see what's possible. But if you can't, then let's not waste anybody's time. And if you look at what's happened in South Africa, it's quite symptomatic of what not to do so far, in terms of the developments in the industry, And if I just share with you, a couple of illustrations of that, it's quite clear. If you look at the graph here, that's the import of wind generation set into South Africa, which we do not have an industry of. So it is actually depicting the entirety of the wind industry in South Africa from the early 2010s, when effectively procurement started. We started the procurement of wind energy in 2011 up to today. And I mean, it's like textbook example of stop-start, effectively, big ramp up, slow down, up to zero, bit of a restart, back to zero, So it's virtually impossible to set up any manufacturing operation within this environment, of a stop-start demand. And I think that's the kind of more textbook example in wind, because of course wind historically has fully been dependent on one state-led program. Solar is not, I guess, not as problematic, because it's less driven by kind of utility scale, but it is primarily driven by utility scale as well. If you take solar, you can see, again, no demand up to 2012, then a massive spike as we started, back to close to zero, another little spike, back to almost zero. Then I got another one spike in 2019. And this was all concentrated on, again, essentially the REAP program, which was led by government in a stop-start fashion. So it makes it really hard to drive any sort of industrial development. Recently, if you see the last quarter, a massive spike, and that, interestingly, of course, is not driven by the state-led program of the REAP, but it is led by the demand from the private sector, which has been unlocked progressively, first in mid-2021 and now fully in December of 2022, where the private sector can now invest freely into renewable energy. And that has created a massive spike in investment. Um, it's also important to just understand the quantum of the industry. And if you look at it in terms of imports, of solar panels, which is pretty much the industry because we have very little production domestically. We do have in South Africa 2 companies that produce solar panels that have been ramping up their operation, but they're relatively small still. $354 million of imports in 2022, $200 million just in the first quarter of the year. That just gives you a bit of a quantum of the industry that's operating at the moment. And we can take other examples very easily. Just for illustration purposes, this is batteries imported into South Africa. Again, you can see very marginal and now ramping up in 2022 very sizably, exponentially and reaching over close to $400 million of imports in the last quarter of 2022. So again, that's that demand ramping up, very sizably. It's creating a market. Another example is inverters, which of course are required to convert electricity between AC and DC. And again, massive ramping up as the market is being opened and as there's increasing demand. So having that quantum of the market is really critical. Another aspect which is really important is thinking about how are those kind of ambition and targets being set in terms of ramping up local content or localization in any shape or form, particularly when it comes to public procurement. In the South African context, on top of that stop-start demand, there's been a number of objectives and targets around local content that have been fundamentally misaligned with the reality of the market. There's no point, for instance, like it happened in the 5th pin window of our public procurement program, say that the entirety of solar panels must be procured locally if there is no production of such panels. Over a very small time period, it's logical that we're not going to move from 0 to 100. And I think there's been some challenges around this in terms of changing the signals, in terms of what we want to see being produced locally and what's possible. So certainly providing a bit of a kind of a ramping curve and looking at a ramping curve, something that's in stylized form would look like this, is quite fundamental. To say, okay, where are we today as a country in terms of local content? Roughly from South Africa, it's about 40% local content, and that's already happening in wind and solar, but also potentially in storage. And it's primarily balance of plant, civil and electrical engineering, some trackers, some models, and then the wind towers that I'm in locally. And storage, we've got a lot of assembly, we've got some battery and energy management system, and then some refining. But it's really critical to say, well, how do we ramp up? How do we go forward? What's the target that we pursue? And not go up and down, up and down, up and down. On the basis of a significant demand that's going to ramp up and a series of interventions focused on industrial policy to make the local production as competitive as possible. But that has to be aligned with an understanding of what's realistic to do and what's the actual frontier. Frontier in terms of local content, certainly in the South African case, is not 100%. We have to accept that some things will never be made here. But how we ramp up is really critical. What makes sense to go localize more of and to bring to the country in terms of capabilities is really important to provide that kind of direction to the market and support those investments in collaboration with the private sector. So I think it's really then important to understand the policy focus that is required, and then first it's about the market demand. Do we have the market demand? Is there policy clarity and policy certainty? Is the kind of procurement that's going to come from the public and the private side is relatively certain. And then it's about supporting a manufacturing expansion, but also enabling the skills that and the technology development that's required. So I think it's really important to have that understanding of where the market's going, and that's just another small illustration is what the market for renewable energy in South Africa is looking at. You've got on the left-hand side the REAP program, which is the state procurement, and on the right-hand side the private PPAs, which are the private market, but large-scale ones, anything above 1 megawatt. And you can see historically that's what's connected in light blue. There was no private market, and of course it was all in the public side. But if we look at what's in progress, but more interestingly, what's in the pipeline for grid connection, I think the picture is clear. The massive ramp up of wind and solar projects coming out of the private sector, up to 13 gigawatts as of February. So again, that's just give you a quantum in terms of what's coming and who's procuring it. So it's just really important to understand that picture. And then we need to have a really good understanding of what we can make and what we can't make. So I'm not going to go into detail, but that's just a illustration for solar panels, for instance, for South Africa, of everything that goes into a solar plant, and what we can make, or what we make, what we can make, what we probably can't make, and the growth potential of those particular items. And it's important to understand that at technological level, for solar PV, for wind, for whatever technology you think is relevant in the context. For us, we're focusing on solar PV, on wind, on lithium-ion batteries, and on vanadium-based batteries. So it's just one illustration for solar PV, but really understanding what we can make and how we can make it, and linked to that the actual production capacity is really critical. And that's work that we've been doing through the master plan process to really be clear about our production capabilities, so that we don't have expectations that are unreasonable, but we also don't have a bar that's too low. Certainly, if anyone in the South African context tells you I'm doing 40% local content, they're knowing nothing, because it's just standard to achieve 40%. So now it's about how do you ramp that up? How do we increase that based on understanding for the technologies that matters to us. So I'm not going to go through all the technologies because obviously we don't have too much time. But my last slide I wanted to share is kind of the overview of the pillars that we're working with, and it gives you kind of an idea of our impetus to drive effectively the industrial inclusive development of renewable energy and storage value chains in the country. And it's the bottom part that's important. As mentioned, the first pillar for us is demand. And for us that's a precondition. If you don't have demand, don't expect industrial development in that case. So making sure that you can unlock as much renewable energy and storage demand, because you have the market infrastructure, you've got the physical infrastructure, and that demand is clearly communicated and fairly certain. It's never going to be 100% certain, but fairly certain is critical to attract any kind of manufacturing operation And you know, we have to have that encodement. It could be national or it could be regional, if that makes sense. Of course, in the South African case, there is already a big drive for domestic rollout. You know, plans to roll probably 50 to 60 gigawatt by 2030. You know, depending on grid availability. So that's an important pillar. Then it's about how do we drive industrial development? How do we have our localization objectives, our industrial policies to support that? You know, how do we make access to inputs available, and really kind of drive the interventions from our trade policy, our industrial policy, and also harnessing kind of the power of procurement, both from public and private side. You know, and I think for us it's critical as the market evolves that it's not just a bubble of the public side that's going to drive industrial development as it has been to date, and it hasn't worked very well because of the stop-start and some of the other problems. But we harness all the markets, you know, and I think that's quite important. Then we really need to think about how we drive inclusive development through that, and that's by building, on the one hand, a transform value chain, because it is quite concentrated historically, and we need to make sure that we support new entrants and emerging suppliers, but also that we drive a more inclusive rollout of the technologies. You know, such in the South African context, the market is booming, looking at exponential growth, but it is booming off, if we're being generous, 5% of the population. Right? So what about the 95? You know, how do we broaden that access and again leverage that for further industrial development? It is critical if we are to contribute to a just transition, but also just then inclusive rollout of the technologies. So, you know, supporting that throughout the value chain is really important. And then lastly, is about getting the capabilities, you know, around skills and technology development. And here, you know, it's about, of course, building the skills that we need and activating those skills by providing a bit of a pipeline, a pathway to the job market, but also being able to have the skills to roll out and harness technologies. And here, through technology development, certainly in the South African case, with maybe a couple of pockets of excellence, the case is not to say, well, we need to develop our own technologies and be at the frontier. I think we have to accept that in most cases, this is not possible. But it's about getting the capabilities to adopt technologies as they are developed and they mature and implement them domestically and harness their potential. And of course, through that, potentially trigger some innovations. And for us, that's becoming really, as the market's booming, quite an important bottleneck domestically. You know, historically, it hasn't really been a problem, to be honest, because the market was a bit haphazard and it was not huge. But increasingly, skills and I would say sort of technology awareness and readiness becoming really, really critical. So that's how we kind of looking at building renewable energy value chains in the country at the moment, as we're developing the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. So yeah, thought it would be good to share a few thoughts on that. Yeah, happy to take some questions and comments as well, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Gelo. Before we move to the next speaker, I would like you to share some of your insights on a few questions here. You mentioned something very crucial for the green industrialization in Africa in terms of local production of solar panels in South Africa. So how competitive is the local production in comparison to imported solar panels? And how does the market size influence that type of competitiveness? You have mentioned that the market is booming, is growing. What can we expect from the competitive advantage or disadvantage of African equipment producers as the market grows?
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that. And I think, here really economies of scale play a big role. It's in the South African case, the production of solar panels is not 100% on par with primarily Chinese imports, but it is fairly close, in terms of competitiveness. You do have a small premium, and I think that is accepted at the moment of 10 to 15%, for the panel. But then, of course, on the size of an actual project, it makes the premium much lower, because panels are just one part of the equation. But if we can ramp up in size, I think there is an ability to bridge that gap even further. We see it in the battery, for example, the battery industry. If you look at lithium-ion battery manufacturing in South Africa, it's actually a very vibrant space. The one thing that's not made in South Africa is the cell, the battery cell, which is the core of any battery. It captures about 40% of the value. But we actually have companies now importing the cell and doing everything else locally. So achieving 60% local content, and they're very competitive. They export globally their product, and we've got an expansion plan for many of those. Whether we can do cell manufacturing is of course a different question, and that requires very large scale. But the more demand you get, then you can really look at a realm of possibilities that you would not have contemplated before. It's quite interesting to see that some of the largest off-takers, one in particular, one of the largest off-takers of renewable energy in the country, a mining company, it's got such a big plan, okay, that they are actually looking at setting up their own manufacturing, vertically integrated manufacturing of solar panels, solar cells, and even in some cases the wafers. They want to make the wafers that look that are used to produce the panels. So once we have the scale, it really opens up some opportunities. But I think it's really around what makes sense. Similarly with the batteries, just as an example, of course we have the minerals in the country, or in the region rather. Some are in the country. We have all the minerals in the region for both lithium and for vanadium-based batteries. But how we can build a value chain on that is difficult. So what we see is that it's an opportunity to do more beneficiation. But if we want to really build a value chain, it's got to come from the offtake. And in the case of lithium, it's both the automotive industry and the utilities. In the case of vanadium, it's the utilities and large scale off-takers, and that can enable you then to build a value chain from the bottom up in terms of the mineral side a little bit, and then from the top down, if you have the scale. And so I think that's some of the opportunities that can be leveraged really effectively in the next few years. What we see is massive interest at this point, massive interest in setting up operations. I think time will tell if those are all profitable and competitive. But certainly the increasing growth of the market is triggering a gigantic amount of interest from both local and foreign companies to set up shop in South Africa at the moment. And I have no doubt that that would also materialize in some of the other countries as well as they ramp up.
Thank you so much. I expect that there will be many more questions about the value chain and the integration in the production. But before we get there, let us give the floor to Geoffrey to share the experience in renewable energy procurement in Uganda.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And maybe I'll also share a screen to so we can base my discussion on a few slides. So I'll just quickly share my screen. So I am going to talk a little bit about the side of production, renewable energy production, whereby we are talking about the efforts by the government of Uganda to promote the renewable energy generation in the country. So I'll try to share my screen. So the GetFit program is a global energy feed-in tariff, global energy transfer feed-in tariff program. So it was conceived to help the government of Uganda to follow a low carbon development path in its generation mix. And today I'll talk a little bit about some of the experiences and lessons that we have learned implementing this program in Uganda. This is a program that's funded by, it's implemented by Multiconsult, a consultancy firm in Norway, Oslo, but it's funded by the governments of the United Kingdom, Norway, Germany, and the European Union. So we've been running this since 2013. It was launched in 2013, and currently the generation mix in Uganda is over 96% renewable. But before that, the government suffered from massive electricity supply shortages. And this is why this was conceived to try to cover the generation gaps in the country. So I'll talk a little bit about the current status of the program, and then look at the lessons that we have learned in leveraging commercial investments through the procurement of privately funded renewable energy projects. What we learned from in setting the stage, and also environmental social performance standards, and what we have learned in trying to make the impact of the program stick within the country going forward. So right now, the program has funded the development of 17 privately funded renewable energy projects. The total combined capacity that they have brought onto the grid is 158 megawatts. And this is equivalent to a production annually of 765 gigawatt hours. The bulk of the projects are hydropower between 1 megawatt and 20 megawatts. Now we have 2 solar power projects on the large scale, 10 megawatts each. And then we have a bagasse cogeneration project that is 20 megawatts. It was a donor-funded program, so there was a targeted subsidy mechanism that was intended to attract private investors to build these projects from the ground up, and that subsidy mechanism was $100 million that was provided by the donors, and then that $100 million has leveraged $453 million US dollars in private and public financing for the development of these projects. It has created about 13,000 jobs in the sector during its implementation since 2013. And this is the general overview. This is just how the projects are scattered around the country, mostly in the mountainous regions where we have our hydropower resources. And here we then talk about what we have learned from leveraging commercial investments. So the leverage ratio that the program has achieved is $1 to $4.5. So $1 of donor funding has attracted about $4.5 in private investments, and that's the leverage ratio. And the way that what we have learned in this leveraging, it was the way we have achieved it is that basically we had to create a predictable and transparent path to how projects would be realized. So the tender process and the procurement of the projects was very clearly communicated and very carefully designed to ensure that once developers saw the process, it was clear how they could go from nothing on the ground to having a solar power project up and running and commissioned. In the picture, we have the Soroti solar power plant, which is 10 megawatts in the country. It was the first solar project in the region in East Africa, and it was built within a year. So, well, I think 6 months. And we also ensured that there was an exceptionally well-targeted and designed subsidy mechanism. The subsidy mechanism was depending on the technology. So for hydropower, there was a specific subsidy, and there was another one for solar. I think it's important to note here that the competition by developers for hydropower projects, which are the largest in the portfolio, was not based on the tariff. So they did not bid on the tariff. They were selected based on the quality of their projects in terms of financing and technical capability. And this is because the tariff that they would get once they qualified for support was already enshrined and fixed in the government's renewable energy feed-in tariff. And that feed-in tariff was not adequate, as had been shown previously, that it was not attracting investors to come to the country. And therefore, what the Get Fit program did was to top that tariff up. So there was a top up on the tariff that the government was offering by the Get Fit program. And that enabled viability of prospective projects to improve. And this attracted a lot of investors to then come in and build those hydropower projects. When it came to solar power, this was a new technology. There was no utility scale solar power in the country before. So what happened is that the Get Fit ran a reverse auction tender. And in this tender, the developers who had they actually bid on the tariff that they offered. And the two that came through with the lowest tariffs were the ones who were selected for support. So it was market-based. And interestingly, what came back as the lowest tariffs were higher than what the feed-in tariff for solar at the time was. So once, the government was offering 11 US cents per kilowatt hour for feed-in tariff of solar, but the auction process came through with around 16 US dollars per kilowatt hour. So that meant that the Get Fit program then topped up the 5 cents between the government's refit and the lowest tariffs, and that was the highest top up that we had in the program. This seems high looking back now, because a lot of countries in Africa are coming through with tariffs that are much lower from these bidding processes. I think it may help to put it into context. This was back in 2016, and these were pioneer projects in Uganda, and therefore the risk profile within the country was very high for the introduction of a new technology, and therefore there was a risk premium that developers put into their bids for these auctions. And also the capacities that we were talking about at the time were quite small. So you're talking about 10 megawatts per project, and we only supported a bid of 20 megawatts in total. So that probably explains why the auctions came through a little bit higher. Of course, right now, ever since those first two projects commissioned, developers are able to come into the country because the investment environment is now clear and more stable, and they're building these projects at a much lower price than those first few projects. So some of the lessons that we learned was included the fact that the program there were basically no shortcuts. There had to be a long-term program. I mean, we've been here for 9 years, since 2013, and we're still here. And it was important to ensure that it wasn't a quick come in and support, put some money into the sector and then go away. There had to be a proper secretariat, proper coordination structure that was long-term. And then we also had a lesson on private versus commercial investment. Initially, we had hoped that some of this debt financing of the projects would come from local commercial banks. But this didn't turn out to be the case, mainly because, well, in the end, what happened was that a lot of the financing came through from development finance institutions. So they were able to offer longer concession terms, longer funding terms, financing terms, and their interest rates were also lower than the commercial rates. So we had to abandon some of the projects had commercial financing from banks, but realized very quickly that the high interest rates from the commercial sector would have created very high costs for consumers for consumer tariffs, and therefore going with developer financing institutions ensured that we had more cost-effective implementation of the projects. And then this Gateway program is essentially a public-private partnership. The government of Uganda has provided clear guarantees to the private investors that have enabled them to then come in with confidence to build the renewable energy projects using the capital that they could come up with. And the building blocks for Uganda, GetFit, was first implemented in Uganda. It was the first pilot. Now it's being implemented in Mozambique and Zambia. And the reasons why it came to Uganda first was mainly due to the fact that the country had just emerged from a lot of load shedding and power shortages. And the government was very keen to ensure that this did not happen again, because they had injected lots of subsidies into expensive thermal power generation in the interim before the renewable energy projects came in. And also, one of the things that helped was the sector reforms in Uganda, where the whole sector had been unbundled in the early 2000s. And this had allowed for private sector participation in generation and distribution. So the Gateway program would not have been possible if that unbundling had not happened to allow IPPs, independent power producers, to come in on the generation side. There was also very strong ownership by the regulator in order to close those issues. So some of the lessons that we learned here was the need to have market-tested transaction documents. Before GetFit, there was no standardized document like a power purchase agreement. All projects had to be negotiated on a case-by-case. And this took several years to achieve and sign a power purchase agreement. After the projects were standardized with the support of the program, documents could be negotiated within a matter of months. And there also had to be, I think one of the things that we found again was grid integration became a problem, because we had this is a generation program. It's facilitates generation projects, but generation projects can't stand in isolation. So the grid had to be reinforced to have them properly evacuated. So this is something that came through later, and we've had lots of trouble coordinating across the entire supply chain, these kinds of evacuation challenges. Environmental and social compliance was another big problem that we faced, the program faced. A lot of the developers did not have experience implementing IFC performance standards. And so the program put a lot of resources into sort of supporting developers to comply, because most of the funding from the donors was international, and the donors require compliance with international standards. And most of the developers didn't have that experience. So we had to have a clear penalty and incentive scheme to sort of create that requirement for developers to comply. So to avoid risks to the program, reputational risks to the program. And so this required the development of more specific tender documents. The program must have a capacity to provide guidance on these issues, and incentives and disincentives should be available and communicated in time. And there was need for integrated program approach. Now, to make the impact stick because this really was a transformational, it provided a transformational effect on the electricity sector in Uganda, this program. And we needed to ensure that the benefits that had been gained, creating a strong investment environment and so on, could last for a long time. And one of the benefits, for example, was the fact that the regulator in Uganda has been ranked the best regulator in the African continent for 5 years in a row. In addition to helping to improve the coordination across the sector, given the fact that generation projects are working together with other stakeholders in the sector. So a lot of funding went into providing technical assistance, particularly to the regulator and the transmission and distribution companies. And we noted that in this case, true sectorial change cannot be readily measured in monetary terms. And infrastructure development is really a multi-stakeholder enterprise, and therefore this sector coordination was critically important. A couple of things that came through when I was asked to present about this, whether we had local content in GetFit. So GetFit did not have a very strong local content component. The majority of the investors that came through with support from the program were international investors. I think of the 17 projects, there are only 2 or 3 that have Ugandan investors involved. The rest of them were coming from international, from other countries. And the focus at the time, I mean, if you look at the criteria that we used to select projects, we're looking for strong financing links by the developers, so favorable equity partners. We also are looking at favorable debt partners, and also looking at positive technical performance of the projects. What we found during the bidding and procurement process was that the Ugandan companies that applied for support from GetFit were lacking in almost all of those, in basically all of those areas. They didn't have links to good financiers, and there was also very limited technical capacity at the time to develop projects of that scale, 1 megawatt to 20 megawatts. And the requirements were very high in terms of ability of the developer to build projects within a short time. I think in the future, we could have a component where we support local developers to get up to speed with and link them to financiers, and also help build capacity technically. But at the time, because of the crisis environment in 2012, 2013 that the country was facing, and the impending shortage of supply, the focus really was on people who could come in and build projects relatively quickly and get them producing energy, renewable energy, as soon as possible. And so the focus on local content wasn't strong at that time, was not priority for the government at that time. But I'll stop there now, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Geoffrey. I'm sure we have a lot of questions regarding the sustainability of such a model, especially given the fact that it's donor funded. We certainly have many questions regarding its competitiveness and the part that is related to the subsidy. So we want to open the floor to the audience, here, for those who are here in person and those who are online, to come forward with their questions. I thought Lindsay had a specific question to the last presenter.
Thanks. So actually, I had a question to Gaylor, but it can also tie in to Geoffrey's presentation as well. But Gaylor, you started by talking about the precondition of local demand, but I think I didn't quite get in the presentation exactly how. I think I just missed it. It's in the morning. Exactly how demand was created in South Africa. You showed the peak, but was this government driven, or yeah? If you could just repeat that point. And then I just wanted to throw out there this idea, because yesterday we were talking about harnessing regional opportunities, and I'm just thinking, you know, scale is important, and you need scale to drive further efficiency gains and reductions in cost. But why can't South Africa initially become a supplier for sub-Saharan Africa through, or not through, whatever, AFCFTA duty exemptions? And I had that idea before Geoffrey's presentation, and there I'm saying, okay, so you have Uganda government, of course it's funded by a European government, so they wouldn't allow this to probably be then parameters on procurement, but say it wasn't funded by European governments. I mean, it's possible to think about South African companies supplying sub-Saharan African public and private contracts as a way to increase scale. Of course, other African governments won't go for this if they see it only as a benefit to South Africa, so you could build in eventual production technical partnerships, transfer agreements, tech transfer agreements that would help build up localized production in other African countries over time, by which South Africa would also have access to other markets, and then sub-Saharan Africa as a market wouldn't be as important. This is a kind of pattern that we see played out in Asia historically, where Korean companies formed joint ventures for tech transfer from Japanese countries who needed the access to the Korean market, but then Korean companies built their own local production, but by that time, Japan had other markets. So I just think, if building on our discussions yesterday, we need to think more creatively how to leverage local demand and local production, and see past narrow individual country interests, and be more creative in this process. And it could be also by demanding these kind of projects like Get Fit, build in these kinds of parameters into their procurement. I know that it wouldn't be popular, but there might be mechanisms or other ways to demand this in the context of a global green transition. So it's just to throw that idea out there and see how it could be built on in the future.
Thank you, Lindsay, for the question. Geoffrey and Gelo, can you address the question, please?
I'm happy to start. No, thanks so much. Thanks for that. Few questions, effectively, in one. So first in terms of demand, so historically in South Africa, demand has been entirely focused, state-led, through a series of where there's a particular amount of capacity that's being procured, and then it's been rolled out. I guess the idea was to roll them out on a yearly basis, and it went pretty well from 2011 to about 2015, when things reached a bit of reached a standstill due to some institutional failure, effectively, and then we had no capacity whatsoever procured between 2015 and 2019, which seems crazy given the extent of our energy security challenges. But it was the entirety of the demand for renewable energy, pretty much. It was certainly for wind. It's been the entirety of the demand historically. Solar has been the bulk, because it was also not very enabled for anyone else to do anything, be it residential markets or commercial, industrial, and the likes. So historically, that's been the market. It's been a very captive market, bidding windows controlled from the government side. That has gradually changed. First in mid 2021, when effectively the licensing requirement was relaxed. So before, you had to get a license from our regulator to do anything, and it was not impossible, but it was virtually impossible to get a license. And in mid 2021, this was lifted for any generation plant below 100 megawatt. And then in December of last year, this was completely removed. So now anyone can go and build a renewable energy plant of any scale, as long as obviously they meet all the other requirements in terms of environmental assessments and grid connection and the likes. But there's no regulatory bottleneck on that front of the licensing anymore. And so that has really triggered over the last few months. So it's very recent still, but over the last few months, really a massive pipeline of investment from the private sector. Just to give an idea, I mean, we've, as a country, from 2011 to 2011 to about 2022, we've rolled out roughly 6,000 megawatts of renewable energy through those bid windows, very haphazard, and some have faced significant challenges. Just in 2022, we had 1.7 gigawatts of projects registered by the private sector. In the first quarter of 2023, we had 2.5 gigawatts of projects registered by the private sector. And as I showed in the graph, we have 13 gigawatts of projects in the pipeline from the private sector. And these are big ones. That's not even looking at the smaller ones in the residential market, which is also booming. Yeah. So that's now, I think we are in a healthier situation where we can actually have multiple markets to grow the sector. So that's what's happening at the moment. When it comes to expanding that to production to supply the African market, I think that's certainly the ambition of certain manufacturers. I think it hasn't materialized yet because it's been, demand's been low, and also the local production in South Africa has not been particularly established, and so that's been a challenge, of course. We've lost a lot of our capacity that was established between 2011 and 2015. Then companies went bust, because there was no procurement from 2015 to 2019. So we lost a lot of that capacity. Now we're starting rebuild that capacity. So I think the guys are primarily looking at building it off the back of the South African market for now, and potentially some of the immediate neighbors. But then, once you start going to further markets, there's a lot of other issues around logistics that make, in most cases, exporting out of South Africa not particularly competitive. So unless there's a particular agreement in place, so then some of the guys are looking at exporting, to the US, for instance, to bypass some of the sanctions on China. So there's developments like this, but I think we're seeing haphazard developments on that. There's one manufacturer of a small-scale panel called Energy Africa. It's actually a company from Malawi initially that's now just opened manufacturing capabilities in Cape Town for export. So things are starting to move, but I think what we need to see is a much stronger regional integration in terms of how we think about local content, how we think about regional content, how we think about building the value chains. And I think the sort of obvious example here is the batteries, of course. There's a massive opportunity to kind of leverage all the capabilities and the minerals in the region to do that, and also the export of the batteries then looking forward. So I think we're kind of scratching the surface when it comes to that at the moment, because it's not been established as an industry, and we're not talking a lot more about prospective investment rather than anything else at this point. We have a lot that was lost in the process, not being rebuilt, and a lot more coming. I think once that's established, a lot of the investors have been bruised a bit. They're being cautious at the moment. So I think we're also waiting for that demand to materialize in the African continent. I think there's a lot of latent demand. There's a massive need on the African continent, but whether that translates into demand is of course something that the investors are waiting to see. They waited to see that in the South African market for very long, and now it's starting to show. So I think if we can start to show that on the other markets, that's when we're gonna see some of the opportunities coming, I think.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure that was a direct question to me there, but regarding the demand issue, I think in Uganda we had a shortage, so demand was higher than supply back in 2011, before GetFit, and then we had the 250 megawatt project commissioned in 2012, just before the GetFit program was launched, and that eased the whole issue of demand supply shortage. But then there was projected to be another demand shortage coming up between 2012 and 2018, when the first large hydro would be commissioned. And so these projects that GetFit supported were supposed to cover the gap between 2012 and 2018. And right now in 2022, end of 2022, we are currently all projects are commissioned. Now we're currently in a supply surplus situation. And so the efforts now are to have shifted from building generation to developing demand. And so the regional market is obviously critical in this regard. So there are efforts to build interconnection transmission lines between the neighbors of Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Rwanda, and so on. But we also know that a lot of these countries in East Africa are basically going through the same situation, where they have more supply than demand. And so the focus really now has to be on developing this local demand in each of the countries, industrialization and so on. And we have a tandem development in the two, in supply and demand. I think as on sustainability, which was mentioned earlier after my presentation, this was there are questions regarding sustainability of GetFit, given that it was a donor program. So the government of Uganda could not have made the transition without support from the development partners. It didn't have the resources itself to make the kinds of infrastructure investments that are needed, and also the European partners who supported the program had targets on climate financing, so they were willing to shoulder the burden of our part, and that's how the financing came in. And then if you look at how it has developed, the risk profile of Uganda before GetFit was so high. I mean, the government developed the renewable energy program in 2007 back then, and for between 2007 and 2013, there are only one or two independent power producers that took advantage of that renewable energy policy. So basically, the feed-in tariffs that I talked about for these projects were enshrined and developed in the renewable energy policy of 2007, but nobody came. And it was not just because the tariff was low, but there were several other barriers in the country that prevented people from coming in and investing. The technical capacity was very low, and you had a lot of demands on the government to do a lot of these things if they didn't have the capacity, financially and technically, and so on. And that development of mechanisms to bridge the gaps, to bridge all those barriers was important. We had a World Bank partial risk guarantee that was built into the program in the beginning to shield and protect developers in case the government was not able to pay them for the energy that they produced. After a few years of implementing the program, standardizing all the transaction documents, having all the many of the barriers covered, the World Bank partial risk guarantee that we had developed didn't work. It was actually cancelled in 2016 because the risk profile of the country and the credit rating of the transmission company who pays the power purchase agreements was so strong. It had improved tremendously. And so developers no longer needed protection. So the key outcomes of the GetFit program. And in a sense, it was no longer needed after 2016. Because of the fact that the feed-in tariffs were revised by the regulator, again with the support of the program, and they became more cost reflective, and they didn't need a top-up anymore. So what we have been doing over the years since 2016 was to support the development of the projects that we have that were selected for funding under the program, getting them through construction, commissioning and operations up until now, and then making the payments for the premiums that they were entitled to make them viable. But right now, there's no need for a GetFit program in Uganda because the environment is now set. The tariffs and risk profile has changed, and investors are very willing to come in and build projects without any additional support. So really, it's the sustainability of the program in terms of what it has created is very certain at the moment. But yeah, thanks. I hope I answered the question now.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. Maybe let's ask an additional question here before also giving the floor to Simon to give his quick reaction.
No, I was just wondering, so what is the cost of electricity in Uganda now?
Yeah, you mean the consumer tariff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, well, it's about 800, it's about 21, it's still expensive, relatively speaking, but the consumer tariff, the domestic tariff is around 21 US cents per kilowatt hour. And then the industrial one is maybe just under 10 US cents per kilowatt hour, if I recall correctly, but it's changing, of course, due to the macroeconomic factors.
Yeah, so that's your...
So you mentioned that there is an oversupply of energy generation in Uganda. Can you explain, because this is something constant that we see in a number of countries, whether Uganda or Rwanda and a number of others, what are the what are the underlying conditions of that, and how it's not normal for an African country that barely has where households barely have access to energy to have an oversupply of generation. What's the reasons behind that?
Yeah, it's there needs to be. If you look at the grid coverage, the oversupply is in the context of existing infrastructure for transmission and distribution. Yeah, so if you look at the demand on the existing grid and connected customers, it's lower than the installed capacity that exists on the grid. When we talk about the low electrification levels that still need to be reached, so basically improving the electrification across the country, like Uganda, as it is in other countries as well, then we're looking at massive investments in transmission and distribution. And what we have seen in many of the African countries, at least in the East African region, there has been a skewed investment in generation, and this is also true for Uganda, compared to transmission and distribution infrastructure. So that's why the generation capacity has gone up much faster than the demand. So now there's a shift of investments now prioritizing transmission and distribution to improve connections and get rid of suppressed demand.
And does that explain part of why the tariffs are so high when you talk about 21 cents
Yes.
per kilowatt? Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before going to the final question, Simon, do you want to give a quick reaction to the considerations on sustainability and value chain in the energy production?
I think just very quickly, maybe to reinforce some of the other comments that were made about the importance of demand, but also the evidence that we have that if you can demonstrate this demand, that you also will generate the learning and scale effects. I mean, this is something we've seen in a different context. If we look at the mining equipment industries in South Africa, which are highly competitive, that's because the demand from the mining sector drove the innovation and investments in mining equipment. So you've got sophisticated capabilities where you bring together these demand side with the learning potential and realizing scale. I think the big issue we haven't really grappled with is how this would happen at the regional level, because there needs to be some kind of quid pro quo. As I think, as Lindsay said, you need to have some ways in which technology is shared. Said because South Africa is not a good exponent of thinking about sharing its industrial development plans at a regional basis, even while private companies like the mining companies are clearly operating internationally and regionally, and so they do this. And the question is, what happens? What will happen in the renewable energy investments? But obviously, we realize much greater scale if one's doing it, at a regional level, for example, in East Africa or West Africa. but I think that we have these lessons that we can learn from things like the competitiveness of micro in South Africa, but also looking at these cases of supporting renewable energy investments and the learning effects it brings down these prices dramatically over time. I'm going to have to drop off. I'm afraid I put this on my calendar just for the slots that we have, and I've apologized something else, but I'm afraid I put it to my calendar. I think we've finished the time slot. I'm not sure whether I've made a mistake here.
Thank you, Simon. Before we close this session, we have a comment from Ed.
Keep on raising our hands, and there was no response. In fact, I was even going to talk before Lindsay, because the 2 points she raised were the points I was going to talk about, particularly regarding the policy focus on demand creation. And I was going to ask Gela, what were the public policies that the government was trying to enact to ensure the creation of demand? Are there any fiscal policies that were being put in place to ensure that? Or are there any other measures that the government is undertaking? And then the second one is on the issue of scale. And I think Lindsay made the point about the regional dimension. And it's not clear to me to what extent, given that even the Secretary General of AFCFTA is South African, is there any conversation? Because South Africa is at the frontier in terms of renewable energy. They have the resources, natural resources, as well as the capacity compared to other African countries. And to what extent are there spillover effects into the SADC region? Because SADC is also a very efficient and effective regional body. And how is the integration across the national boundaries being undertaken, and who is facilitating that? Is AFCFTA coming into the process? Because they have what they call this guided trade initiative, which focuses on 8 countries. I think South Africa is one of them. So I just wanted to get some clarity from, is it Gela, on that particular issue.
Thank you very much. We also have a hand from Elvis. Maybe before we give the opportunity to the panelists to respond. Elvis, can you jump in, please?
Sure, and I'll be quick. And it also follows up on the discussion and the comments that have been raised by Lindsay and Chima. I think we must recognize by now that activities of donor funders and donor funding, partly or wholly, is market seeking, right? So if we are not able to sort of match our development agenda and goals to some of these market activities of our donor funding, we would generate the sort of disequilibrium we do see, particularly in Uganda now. So what it means is, in trying to sort of equilibrate demand to supply, we've ended up creating a new imbalance or a new disequilibrium. And I think that it's important the regional issues and then also the local capability issues come up more. And so I think some of these are things that the Ugandan government should be doing. I do have sort of one small question for Gelo. Gelo, so you actually showed a map, sort of a chart that sort of maps the specific subsectors in which sort of South Africa can move to the frontier in the manufacturing of solar panels, I think, or some components of solar PV. What I missed largely is that sort of these manufacturing opportunities are presented in a way that assumes that the sort of the economic or the socio-economic outcomes are given, right? And I'm just wondering whether there's also some attempt to sort of try to map sort of the employment generation that effects of some of these sectors to some of the realities that South Africa faces. Because I don't actually think that it is worth it moving to the frontier without creating and probably resolving some of the grand challenges that South Africa faces largely. And then, of course, linking into the regional dimension as well.
Thank you, Elvis. So for the panelists, just a very quick and short and concise reaction because we have run out of time. If you just want to give a very quick reaction, then we can close the session.
All right, yeah, I can start. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll be very quick. Yeah, in terms of demand, I mean, it's been as I said, driven through bid windows, which we're competitive, and we've seen, I think, importantly, a very big decline in the price over time, and that's still been a way to drive kind of the demand, because of course through the bid windows, the IPPs are guaranteed a 20-year power purchase agreement. It's guaranteed by the fiscus. So there's a lot of advantages to that. But now there's other ways to drive that. And we've seen now some tax incentives being put together for households as well as businesses to roll out solar plants, well, renewable energy plants more broadly. So there are some other incentives, and now there's a lot more as well financing coming to help farmers, to help industries, to help households to roll out solar. So that's some of the things that are being implemented in the country. In terms of the manufacturing, I mean, we've mapped quite comprehensively as much as we could the kind of employment potential and the skills that are required to step into those jobs. The challenge in the value chain is obviously it's difficult sometimes. If you make panels, you make panels, but if you make mounting structures for the panels, which are steel structures, most likely, well, there's no such thing as a business that does only that. They just service railways, mining, any sort of industry, and it's very hard to then judge how much of that business would service the renewable energy industry because it keeps changing. But we've mapped that as much as we could, and as well regionally, I think, in terms of what we can do to drive potentially some of the employment into where it is more needed, and align that with just transition imperatives in the country, as well as much as possible. But it is quite difficult as well to see how we can, like certainly in the case of Mpumalanga, for instance, it is difficult to look at manufacturing opportunities in the province. The vanadium-based value chain carries some potential, I think. The other one is more difficult, and you're most likely to see manufacturing being in other parts of the country. Yeah, so I think let me leave it at that in the interest of time, but we can happy to chat bilaterally as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, and thank you everybody. Just before you go, Gelo, if you have any paper from which your presentation is on which your presentation is based, we'll be happy to ask you to share it so that we can actually keep the conversation on those insights. And with this, unless there are very, very urgent questions, we propose that we take a tea break for a few minutes before the next session starts. Without objections, adopted.
My name is John.
Recording in progress.
My name is John Asafueji. I'm a senior fellow at here at Asset, and I'll be moderating this session on agribusiness and agri-manufacturing. So we have a fantastic panel today. Some of them are online, some of them are here in person. And I will give roughly a 12-minute scene setting, just an overview of some of the issues that we'll be talking about. And I'll try not to stay for more than 10 minutes. So what I want to do is set a scene with a short overview of the impact of climate change based on the latest evidence. I'll look at the impacts on agriculture, but challenges can also be seen as opportunities. So in this case, I'll look at opportunities from climate change and zero in on climate smart agriculture. There are some challenges with that, so I'll just highlight that. I'm not going to be talking about policies because I like the panel to focus on that. So I'll just look at what the opportunities are, what the challenges are, how to scale up CSA, and I'll finish off with how opportunities from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Right. So although let me stand here so that I can. I'm using a clicker, so I want to be closer to it. Africa accounts for less than 3% of emissions, but we know from the evidence that Africa will be hardest hit from climate change. We're already experiencing the impacts. We've had floods, we've had insect infestations, we've had periods of drought, and erratic rainfall and so forth. So we are already experiencing these effects. The latest IPCC report indicates that there's going to be more of the same. And in fact, it's quite worrying because it says that it projects that warming in Africa will be around 3%, 3 degrees centigrade. So we are well past the 1.5 that they're trying to reach. So we've already gone past that. And that is a big worry for us. On agriculture, we know that agriculture will be the hardest hit because it relies mostly on rainfall. Only less than 1% of agricultural lands are irrigated in Africa. We also know that agriculture is the main source of livelihood for the majority of Africans, 7 out of 10. And in fact, in terms of contribution to GDP, some countries have reduced the share of agriculture, but average is around 25%. And in some countries, especially in the Sahel region, agriculture accounts for more than 50% of GDP. The rising temperatures is problematic because it's going to reduce water available for crops. Also, with increasing temperatures, we're going to get more pests and insect infestations, which we are already seeing in parts of East Africa. Generally, there's going to be a decline in crops, average of 10%, 10 to 20%, much higher in Southern Africa, where it's about 30% or more. So there are also going to be economic impact. So in some modeling work that I did in 2014, I was able to estimate that by 2050, Southern Africa will be, of course, Southern Africa in general will be the hardest hit by climate change. And it is going to be losses in agricultural productivity will reduce growth by about 6 percentage points by 2050, Northern Africa will lose about minus 1.4 percentage points. East Africa minus 0.6 percentage points. East Africa actually is going to experience relatively high rainfall, but this will be quite devastating, because too much rainfall is also not good for agriculture. But like I said, there are opportunities for to really take advantage of this challenge, and one of them is climate change, climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture leverages technological innovations to increase productivity and increase profits for farmers. Examples, we have use of new crop varieties, use of new production techniques such as conservation agriculture, crop diversification, and then using innovations, to actually increase profitability and sustain agriculture. So innovations like precision agriculture, push-pull technology, and so forth actually help to make farm production more efficient. But of course, with any technology, there are challenges with adoption. So in the case of CSA, the main one is access to information. To be able to use a technology, you need to have information on your fingertips. You need to understand it and be convinced that it's going to work for you. We know that in Africa, a lot of the farmers are smallholder farmers, cultivating an average of about 2 acres or less. And most of them are not well educated, and there are poor extension services. So the knowledge about it is limited. And during the panel, I'm going to explore with some of the panelists some of this issue of awareness and information knowledge transmission to see how we can best deal with it. Access to credit is a major obstacle, as well as insurance services. CSA involves large upfront investments. They may not be that expensive, but for a poor farmer, even putting up, say, stone bands or some of these basic structures will be costly, and we know that some of them do not qualify for credit from commercial banks, so that's a big worry. Also, insurance services are not affordable, and a lot of poor smallholders may not even qualify for regular insurance services. There's poor extension, which I've spoken about, there's lack of viable and affordable insurance services. And of course, even that's a problem, because even if it's available, given the poor production levels, farmers do not feel that they can afford insurance. Then there's a huge gender gap, as with any technology. Women make about 51% of the workforce in agriculture, and they lack access to resources, including extension, credit institutions, and so forth. So the evidence shows that women lose out in terms of access to CSA, and there are quite a few studies around which have documented this across Africa. And then finally, there is one issue about climate smart agriculture. It has a public goods characteristic, and why is it that so? This is actually mitigation if you are undertaking CSA. It's a form of mitigation. And sometimes the returns are long-term. It's not something that you can actually realize differences next year or the year before. Long-term, and also the benefits may not accrue solely to the farmer. So that's why it's a public goods. So here there's a strong case for being a public goods, a strong case for government to maybe, and of course these farmers have small carbon footprints, so that's very important. So there's a strong case for government to subsidize some of these activities because of the public goods nature. Oh, this thing is. Okay, so what are the opportunities to scale up? I think maybe Eben, you can advance the slides, because this is not working very well. There's an opportunity to deploy ICT to increase adoption, and this has been happening in parts of Africa, especially with the use of mobile technology. And so mobile-based finance is thriving. In Ghana, maybe we can talk about that, but we would like to know what the situation is in Ghana, and we can look at that during the panel. There's recent advances in remote sensing, data analysis, big data, and so forth, actually provide real-time market and climate information, which could be made available to farmers so that they can make better decisions. We also have, next one please, new business models such as carbon markets, impact investments, provide opportunities to accelerate the diffusion of CSA. One of the new business models is called carbon farming, whereby farmers have an opportunity to generate carbon credits, which they can sell to advanced countries that are looking for to make some targets. And this is something which is fairly new, but India has actually started a program on that, I think about 2 years ago or so, and it's doing very well. So it's new thinking, but given that COP27 is now moving towards carbon markets, we're going to hear more about that later this year, there's an opportunity for smallholder farmers to actually exploit that to increase their revenues. Also, the sharing economy, as we know, can help farmers using technology to be able to address some of the issues, the challenges they have in terms of capital constraints. The sharing economy can be used to release that. Then finally, the AFCFTA also provides opportunities for farmers to scale up CSA. So the idea is that we are dealing with smallholder farmers that are producing at low levels. But if you look at it at scale across the African continent, then there's an opportunity for bigger inputs, source more inputs, and output markets are larger. So it can actually raise the returns to CSA. So that there are good opportunities from that if we can make it work. It can also address the capital market failure issue because there's a potential that because you have a bigger market, that can actually allow you to attract finance. So we have someone from the Development Bank Ghana, so maybe we can get some insights into that. Also, insurance, like I spoke before, it can help promote insurance for smallholder farmers, again, using the idea of a big market. And in fact, recently, the African risk capacity was established by the AU in 2012. So this regional approach to disasters, natural disasters, and so there's an opportunity for the ARC to make it beneficial, exploiting the AFCFTA to provide more affordable products to smallholder farmers. So that's all I'll say. And let me now introduce the panel, and then we can get the discussion started. So I don't think we have AgroCenter. Do we have him online? Mr. Obrikoran? George? He's not online, okay. So, and, all right, so we have to miss him. But we have the Benjamin Jan Kesey. He's the CEO of Cosmos Innovation Center, and he will be joining us online. So, Benjamin, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Very good morning to everyone, if you can hear me.
Right, good morning, and nice to have you online. And then with us, we have Mr. Ibrahim Kwame Asante. He's a principal technologist with the CSIR. This is the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research in Ghana. So Ibrahim, please take your seat. So can you sit on that side? So that, yeah. Or you can sit near me if you want. There are not too many people in person. We had Charles Nyaba, but he's not able to join us. But we have two others participating. So we have Dr. Fumzile Nkube, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg. So please take your seat. And then we have Grace Nsomba, also from University of Johannesburg. Please take your seats. Right. So the way I want to operate this panel is I'm going to have 2 rounds because we do have quite a bit of time. We have to finish by 12:45. Is that the case, George? What time are we supposed to go? 12:45? 12:30? Oh, 12:15. Okay. Yes. Yes. Right. So I'll be keeping an eye on the on my watch. So what I'll do is I'll go around for a round of questions to the panels, then allow some questions from the floor, and then I'll do another round for of questions. So let me start with Benjamin. Benjamin, could you start by giving us a quick overview of KIC's programs and operations, please?
Right. Thank you very much for having me and the opportunity to share KIC's thoughts on the current subject that we're discussing. So to give you a bit of brief about what KIC does, Cosmos Innovation Center, that's the full name, is an innovation center that focuses on harnessing technology and innovations to solve Africa's agricultural challenges. And we do that through working with the young people or the youth in the country. So we have programs that help us to train young people across the country. And we've been running this program for the past 7 years. And now our program has grown and we are working with many other partners. So just to give you the breakdown of the program, we have a 7 months training program that we allow the young entrepreneurs or agripreneurs, as we call them, to go around the country to understand the value chain, to understand current and potential future challenges for agribusiness actors. So right from pre-production to the table, that is including adding value to the produce. So they speak to all these actors and identify the challenges. And then they go back to sit down using design thinking methodologies to come up with solutions that will best fit the persons who are facing these pain points, and also try to understand what the commercial value of this would be. Because for us, what we're doing is that we're building businesses through this process, and businesses that will also last. And so it is very important that the entrepreneurs or agri-entrepreneurs understand that in solving these challenges, you'll be able to also get revenues to sustain your business, and also be able to identify exactly who is also paying for this particular service or solution that you're bringing to the table, whether it's a DFI, a development partner, whether it's a farmer directly, whether it's an aggregator, whoever it is that is in the value chain who's paying for, you need to clearly define that. And through that process, they go through what, like a Shark Tank, methodology, where they'll pitch these ideas to an ideation team over 3 rounds, and some of the best ideas are selected, and we put an investment in them. And we invest as much as up to $50,000 in these startups, and then we put them through a 2-year incubation program to help them already scale into the market, and then we'll support them, up to a point where, as much as we can, in terms of our bandwidth. We also work with SMEs within the business value chain. So SMEs that are currently, 3 years and above, looking to raise money. So we put them through our investor readiness program. And in that investor readiness program, they also, some of them are selected to meet some investors that we would also speak to and bring them to the investor day to also pitch their businesses to them, and then also potentially get some funding to scale their businesses. So this is what we've been doing over the past 7 years. And we have partnership with some organizations, notably the Cosmos Energy, and reach out to a larger population of the Ghanaian youth through this particular partnership. We're working with the MasterCard Foundation, which is allowing us to work with universities. So now we're actually getting talents right from the universities. One of the reasons I'm not able to join in person is that this week we're running orientation for some of the university. Today we are at KNUST and University of UCC, Cape Coast University. So right from here, I'll be joining my colleagues to travel to Cape Coast because I'm currently in Kumasi. So these are the things that we're doing, and basically we're looking at using technology and innovations to really solve key challenges in Africa's agricultural values that will also last. And so today's topic on the climate smart agribusiness is also very key to us in this particular instance, because as things are changing globally with every part of the world, we're experiencing these things. And that's why I said we allow the entrepreneurs to understand what the challenges are today and the potential challenges tomorrow. So we are already preparing for solutions for what is to come.
Thank you, thank you. So as we all know now, climate smart agribusiness is highly knowledge intensive, but given the evidence, we know that farmers lack the knowledge to and even the skills to implement these practices. Does KIC, does your capacity building programs include training farmers on climate smart practices and technologies? And if so, what are the challenges that you're experiencing?
Right. So as I mentioned earlier, our modus operandi is not working directly with farmers, but we'll work through our actors or our partners or participants of our program, i.e. the entrepreneurs that come through our program. So what we try to do is to make sure that our entrepreneurs really understand some of these challenges when it comes to climate smart agriculture and also their solutions. So now they would be the interface between KIC and the farmers in making sure that the farmers really understand what these climate smart challenges or climate change challenges are, and also the climate smart solutions that they provide for the farmers. So mostly it is our businesses that are doing this kind of interface directly with the farmers. And now we have added the farmer-based organizations to our programs to really answer the question that you just asked, so that we are working closely with the top executives and trainers within these FBOs to make sure that we are able to pass some of these knowledge that we've gathered over the years to these FBOs leaders and their trainers to make sure that they pass some of these to them. But one of my experience as an individual over the years, having worked also with a technology firm, for agriculture, ISOCO to be precise, has been one of the challenges being adaptation. Farmers sometimes are stuck in their own ways and they are not ready to adapt it. As some farmers are also adapting it, the other challenge is also the ability to pay for the service, and sometimes also the willingness to pay for the service. And I'll give you a very interesting example. I used to manage a USAID project whilst I worked with ISOCO called the Farmer First Program, where farmers were giving us very credible data, very interesting data that we're working with. And at that time, these farmers were receiving the services for 0 cedis. Now the plan and in the sustainability was to get the farmers start paying for some of these services. And as soon as the farmers had to pay for these services, they started not really benefiting that much from these services. So willingness and availability to pay is also very is something key for some of these innovations and climate smart solutions that are being professed to our farmers. And increasingly, we are learning that farmers will want to have something more physical, something that they can be tangible as a solution, not software solution. So some of the lessons that we're also learning.
Thank you. That's very interesting, and we can come back to that later. But let me move on to Ibrahim and Benjamin. I'll get back to you in the next round. So Ibrahim, thank you. Thanks for joining us today. I know you have a program in somewhere in the Western region, right? Central region. And from here, you're going to go back. So they're doing a workshop on rice production with Zoon Lion, who has now decided to go into rice farming in Ghana. Anyway, it's very interesting. But we are on CSA today, so I'm not going to ask you any more questions. How can climate smart agricultural practices be effectively incorporated into Ghana's agricultural sector? And I want to also get to you on the policy. What kind of policy and institutional support is needed to facilitate this transition?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research here in Ghana, is the most scientific organization in Ghana. Our main forte is to use science, technology, and innovation to create wealth. We have 13 different institutes, each institute mandated to do a specific job. For example, CSIR Water Research Institute deals with underground water, surface water, fishes in water, anything water. We've got scientists, technologists who are up to the task. CSIR Food Research Institute, for example, deals with post-harvest processing. So we support the whole value chain in that regard. We also have CSIR Crop Research Institute, as well as Savannah Agriculture Research Institute. These are institutes that develop technologies in terms of different varieties of crops, drought-resistant, disease-resistant, climate-smart technologies to support us. We also help with science and technology policy research. So when it comes to the policy aspect, we will be looking at that. We also have CSIR Animal Research Institute, 13 of the various institutes that form the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. I'll take the policy aspect first. When politicians use slogans as policies, we end up insulting technocrats. I mean, the technical scientists, researchers. For example, if you want to have a factory in every district, have you thought about the input? Enough critical mass. Maybe you need a factory in every region so that we can aggregate and pool the inputs to feed that so that we can aggregate and pool and feed that factory, for example. So where policies come from political slogans without technical or technocrat input, there is always a challenge. So I presume we should look at the bottom-up approach in terms of policy formulation rather than what we are seeing now. I mean, now not only as in present government, but the government in the past. And the first question again?
Yeah, so what kind of support can we expect from, or what kind of support is required? And the support includes institutional policy support is required to facilitate the adoption and scale up of CSA.
I would say, looking at the presentation you made, finance is critical. Access to finance, very, very critical. The research organizations, we are very good if you look at the capacity building spectrum. The universities are very good with long-term capacity building, training agricultural professionals long-term. But we at CSIR, for example, are very good with the short-term basic trainings for the smallholder farmers in the field, and also helping the extension officers to be able to deliver the right knowledge, because some of the extension officers might have learned old archaic knowledge and passing them on and not adapting smart knowledge or technologies presently. Again, we need investment. Investment and investors, as Ed always put it, patient capital. Investors must understand that they must have their capital waiting for research outputs. We don't just go into research today and come up with output. Cowpea research that we've done in SARI, Savannah Agriculture Research, took us 15 years to come up with a genetically modified cowpea here in Ghana. Are the investors prepared to invest for 15 years? That's another thing. The industry should also understand that they should set up some part of their profits for R&D, because in the end, it comes back to support their industry to make more profit. So that is key. And then the willingness of government to listen to technocrats and not just follow political whims and caprices to implement certain quote and unquote policies which may not be feasible.
Thank you. So let me just follow that up. You mentioned that you do quite a bit of research in CSA. Can you give us an idea of the extent of adoption of CSA? What are some of the most promising initiatives that you've seen? So that's the first part. And then secondly, how can these be scaled up and replicated in other parts of the country, and maybe even across other parts of Africa as well?
For example, we have the rice sour technology. Challenge there is willingness of government to put in policies to stop importation of rice, for example. Nigeria has done it. Yes, Nigeria suffered for 2 years, but now Nigeria seems to be rice sufficient. Are we, or is government or leadership willing to take on such a challenge? That is one. Two, again, adoption by the farmers of new technology. Benjamin said they are now looking for hard sort of solutions, not soft solutions, not soft technology solutions, hard technology solutions. So we need to have a rethink to see how that could be done. CSR Crop Research have been able to do this hydroponics, using hydroponics for yam multiplication, yam seed multiplication. Again, we need investment for upscaling so that when we come up with the technologies, private sector inject in some investment and upscale or uptake that technologies. We don't expect the researchers to go out there and, for example, do that. So that is also a very critical area that needs support.
Okay, thank you. I'll get back to you later in the second round. But let me get to Funzile. So Funzile, you're doing research on options for improving agricultural value chains to boost production and revenue. So I would like you to give us your impression of pathways to support agricultural revolution in areas such as bundling interventions to alleviate multiple agricultural constraints, issues to do with farm and land consolidation. Well, some of the farms are scattered and they are small in size. So how can we deal with it? And also infrastructure, not just roads, but the other types of infrastructure. And lastly, how can we increase demand and improve regional trade? So I want to give you a wide open slate so that you can just share with us your thoughts based on the research that you've done.
Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I think each of the options and the pathways that have been put forward are actually needed. So there's not so much, either we bundle interventions or we do some form of farm or land consolidation, or we increase demand. Those are all interventions that are necessary and required, especially given that agriculture in the African region is mainly dominated by small-scale farmers. But one key issue that I have seen in my research with regard to agriculture mostly Southern Africa, obviously, because that's where my research is focused. But I think this is a continent-wide issue, is the lack of coordination between the farmers themselves and between farmers, policymakers, and and the private sector. So, for example, if you take the example of the farmland consolidation, one would think theoretically that if farmers in a single area banded together, to either coordinate, the purchase of inputs, in order to be able to get them at a favorable price, or to coordinate their outputs, you would assume that there'd be better bargaining for them and their prices at the markets. But that's not necessarily something that can easily happen for various reasons, right? In value chains, this coordination role is ordinarily played by, excuse me, what are called the lead firms. And in agricultural value chains, these lead firms are, your processors, such as, for example, if you look at the soybean value chain or maize or whatever, the processors are the ones who will coordinate, groups of farmers together if they say, I need however many tons of soybeans or oil, by the end of this fiscal year. But that also comes with its own issues because of power relations or power differences between the coordinators or the processors and the small-scale farmers who are, scattered across, the country, a province, or whatever. In some cases, this coordination from processors can lead to upgrading, improvements in quality, improvements in output for the small-scale farmers, but that actually requires these processors to have a hands-on approach and kind of a symbiotic, relationship with these farmers, and that's not necessarily something that you find across the board. It happens in some value chains. For example, if you look at Kenyan flowers, a lot of research has shown that, over time, the exporters have allowed or worked with the farmers, and some of these groups of farmers have started upgrading towards higher value levels of the value chain. But this is not necessarily something that always happens across the board and for all crops or all agricultural products. And with regard to infrastructure, jumping on the point that has been made when we talk about CSA and and technology, a key issue is the lack of, apart from the lack of adoption, I think the lack of communication infrastructure, within the African continent. So mobile finance, mobile money is definitely big, but for, a farmer to get access to information about, what are the prices every day, or what is the price of maize, or what is the price of, soybeans at the moment, how much can I sell, this maize or soybeans. It's not always something that can be at their fingertips because of the dearth of communication infrastructure within the continent, especially in more remote areas, right? Rural areas where a lot of agricultural production is happening, even though it's, among smallholder farmers or at a small scale. Storage, if we're talking about infrastructure, we've talked a lot about irrigation, we've talked a lot about roads, but lack of access to storage infrastructure means that, a farmer needs to get rid of whatever they have sold as soon as possible. You can't bargain much for the prices of your products when you do get access to markets. We can have a long conversation about access to markets and the difficulty of farmers with selling their goods, but yeah, that's a big impediment. I think I'll leave it there for now. But yeah, for the second round of questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Fumzila. I just want to just quickly follow up with that. This is from what you're talking about, regional value chains. I want to push you on regional value chains. So with AFCFTA, for example, there could be production of cotton in Burkina Faso, and this can be shipped to Rwanda for textiles. What do you think are the prospects given AFCFTA, and what do you think are some of the maybe key challenges that we need to address to make this viable?
So, from a regional value chain perspective, I think it's attractive. Regional value chains are very attractive, especially because, you know, African markets and most domestic African markets are quite small. So from that perspective, you know, looking at the region as a potential source of demand, and that's a potential source of growth, you know, through regional trade, is something that would be very attractive, and should be a source of growth. However, one of the problems that I've found mainly in my research is that many African countries have, you know, trade restrictions, right, that create impediments even for neighbors, you know, to trade in products. So an example that I can give is the poultry regional value chain in Southern Africa. It's quite, you know, it's a thriving regional value chain, but most of the trade is of inputs, you know, so such as soybeans. There's lots of trade of soybean inputs, soybeans themselves, which are an input into the production of animal feed, right? But animal feed itself is not something that is traded between regions because of restrictions on the trade of final goods. Similarly, there's a lot of trade in the poultry breeding material, right? So fertilized eggs and all of that between large companies, being pushed by large multinationals, right? So it's not even a policy directive or industrial policy or trade policy that is driving these regional movements of these inputs, but it's, you know, large multinationals that have seen through the growth of, you know, the demand for processed food and all of that, seen these opportunities. But there is no, there are restrictions on the trade of chickens themselves, you know, a lot of import restrictions, you know, yes, because of deep sea imports, but also for, you know, trade between the countries themselves. So to answer your question, I think the AFCFTA would be, you know, an opportunity for regional markets to actually make to create opportunities for farmers in the region. However, again, a lot of coordination work would have to happen, particularly at a policy and also between the policymakers and the private sector and the farmers themselves. Sometimes maybe, you know, region-wide or continent-wide policy may be difficult to implement, but if you have, you know, bilateral policy that can increase trade or increase cooperation between countries, let's say neighbors or whatever in a specific region, that may do a lot, you know, to push what is the agenda of the AFCFTA itself.
Thank you very much, Fumzile. Now I'd like to go to Grace. So Grace, you are researching on optimizing regional agricultural value chain. So there's quite a bit of value chain expertise in the University of Johannesburg.
There is.
So just a couple of questions. What are the strategic options and or interventions for building robust and inclusive regional value chains, where we have in the region, as you know, most of the farmers are small-scale farmers, and they are not really into oriented farming. So can you give us what are some of the, you know, interventions that could help promote regional value chains?
Sure. Thank you for the question and also for the opportunity to speak here. I think my colleagues on the panel have actually laid out the land quite nicely for me, because a lot of the research that I've done touches on all these issues in various ways. So maybe just to give you a brief background, so I'm with the Center for Competition Regulation and Economic Development, which is a research center at the University of Johannesburg. And we carry out research in industrial policy, economic development, regional value chains and trade, but also looking into competition and economic regulation. And what this means is we are basically trying to understand how markets work. So a lot of our analysis is looking at the value chains themselves and how they are working in terms of consumers, but also for the producers at various levels of different value chains. And that what this has done is when it came to some of the agricultural value chains that we've looked into, such as the poultry value chain as Pumzile has described, is that we didn't have much information either in terms of how we feed into our own analysis. And this is mainly in terms of pricing of specific commodities, but also pricing of different products along the value chain, be it animal feed, et cetera, et cetera. So this isn't market information that is readily available to the fingertips, at least in the African context. However, there are firms, large firms, as Pumzile put it, that do have access to this information because of the scale that they try and achieve and the cross-border nature of their own operations. So we ourselves went out to try and start tracking prices of different commodities. And I'll give soybean as an example, where, as Benjamin had said, there are a lot of farmers, and I think Pumzile also touched on this, that first of all don't have information at their fingertips, including prices. And at the same time, it's difficult for them to adapt to various technologies to be able to access information such as prices, because they're also trying to survive in this market. So, do I spend 3/4 of my time looking for prices, sourcing information, or do I just get on with my production activities to try and access markets? So that's a difficulty that farmers themselves face. Another issue that we've essentially been able to touch on as far as East and Southern African markets are concerned, and again, I'll focus on soybean as an input into poultry production, is that you have obviously a wide array of small-scale farmers that are carrying out farming activities in soybean, for example, obviously to earn their own money. So there's many of these farmers, but then at the trading and processing level, markets are very, very concentrated across countries. So you have 2 or 3 firms that are operating in a single country, and they have cross-border activities where it's the same firms that are operating across Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe at the trading and processing level. So they're integrated into these countries, but also competing with each other. And these are oligopolistic markets, which means that given that the products themselves, such as soybeans, are also relatively homogeneous products, it's far easier to coordinate and collude on market outcomes than it is to go out and make the necessary investments into R&D to improve their own production activities. So what this means is it suppresses competition at these levels of the value chain. And this suppression of competition is detrimental for the farmers themselves because they end up receiving low prices for their produce, but also detrimental for consumers because then firms can coordinate to raise prices to consumers. So what this level does to the value chain is it depresses outcomes and it depresses production at the downstream level. Maybe I should stop there. And
let me just follow up. So you mentioned the coordination challenges, and Pumzile also mentioned that the same thing, and issues to do with information flow. How feasible is the digitalization of regional agricultural value chains to improve these challenges?
I think from a theoretical perspective, it definitely, and I think you also touched on this in your presentation, it opens up a lot of opportunities, particularly in the context of climate change. But I think there's also a need to grapple with the realities that technological or digitalization when it comes to small-scale farmers is not as straightforward as we would like it to be, both in terms of access, in terms of affordability, on a long-term trajectory. I'll give you an example. So when we went out and said, we're going to now collect prices for our own analysis to understand how markets are working, we said, let's develop an app, right? Which is what everybody does. let's develop an app, we'll roll out the app, we'll collect prices from different farmers. There was no uptake of the app, despite the funding that we managed to secure from institutions like the COMESA Competition Commission, who was our initial funder. The thing about platforms like that is it has to be an exchange. So if I'm giving you information as a farmer, what am I getting back? And how quickly am I getting it back? So we found it difficult to scale up the uptake of the app in order for it to also be beneficial for the farmers themselves. Because our angle was, you send us prices and you'll be able to also receive prices from different markets. So if you're a farmer in rural Malawi, you'll be able to know how much soybeans are being sold in Zimbabwe, in Kenya, in Zambia, in Rwanda, etc., etc. But the difficulties is getting the scale to actually, say that the prices that the farmers are receiving back are credible prices. So what you find is that there's no uptake of the technology itself. We tried to pivot a bit and go to collection through WhatsApp, which is more straightforward. And that's actually been much more helpful. But I think what we need to understand when it comes to the farmer is real-time information is real-time information. If you give me prices from last week Thursday, they're not useful for me because I'm looking ahead. I'm about to harvest. What does that mean for my financing options in the next 3 months? What does that mean for my next planting season and my ability to also access inputs like fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera? And I think Simon also touched on it in the last session about how fertilizer prices are the highest in African countries. So what does that mean if farmers are getting small returns or low returns for their produce when in the next season they have to pay so much for the fertilizer itself, right? So yeah, digitalization provides for opportunities, but I think there's an imperative to look at how do you balance these realities that farmers have to face in their uptake of digitalization itself.
Thank you, Grace. So what I'll do now is to go to the floor and take some questions based on what has been said so far. Any issues, comments, reactions? So there's a hand over there. Can we have the mic? Can we have the mic in front? Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you so much. A quick question reflecting on what you mentioned, right? Smallholder farmers in Africa are potentially the most risk-averse economic agent we can find, right? And yet there is so much new applications, new technologies that are being trying to be put on them, right, for their uptake, whether it's on digitalization or green technology. And to come back a bit to the green aspect in agriculture, how do you see the appetite of farmers to take on either the technologies for adaptation and mitigation in agriculture? Do you have success stories in East and Southern Africa that we can be inspired by?
I think that's a good question. I'll turn to some work that we did in East Africa, mainly Kenya, where there's another institution called Ishamba, and they work quite extensively with farmers themselves, and also trying to grapple with how do we disseminate information to farmers in real time. And one of the things they try to do is provide farmers with information about climate and weather variability going into planting and harvesting seasons, so that farmers are aware of, what is actually coming and not what has happened, right? So they essentially had set up, I think, sort of like depots, physical depots, and were reaching out to farmers through various means, including USSD, the apps themselves, to disseminate, things like, this is how the weather pattern is projected to look over the next 2 to 3 months. And I think that is something that for them proved very useful in terms of, their own crop management practices. But I also want to touch on the focus on farmers, because we are aware, as you've mentioned, the nature of their risk appetite. And, you know, it's difficult, I think you mentioned this yesterday in our informal chat, to teach someone that thinks they already know. So what we've been trying to rethink, how do we transform these agricultural value chains if it's so difficult to really reach out to these farmers? And what we've started to look at is looking at the level in the value chain, the level just after the farmers. So where you have the small and medium scale traders and processors. So these are not the large in-scores and so on, ETG, but you know, those individuals or entrepreneurs that are coming and saying, okay, I want to now start producing animal feed for my poultry production, but are relatively medium in scale. How can you empower that level of the value chain to really then essentially, you know, encourage backshoring of expanded production towards the farmer? So I think they are the ones that are much closer to the farmer and deal with farmers, you know, on a more contact basis and can understand farmers much better. So how do you tap into them to then, you know, indirectly tap into growing production by farmers themselves? So we've sort of like flipped our strategy a bit to now engage with the small and medium scale traders, because they are the ones with the opportunity to then say, okay, I have this group of farmers, I am guaranteeing you that I will offtake your produce if you produce this much. But what that means is they also need some sort of offtake in adjacent markets. So I think they are critical here.
But wouldn't that be a disadvantage for farmers because of power dynamics? Aren't you given more power to traders to squeeze them more?
But you must remember, these are the small and medium scale traders, right? They also don't have the scale that an ETG or a Mount Meru or an INSCO would have. So they're in a similar position to the farmer. So which then brings in the issue that I was talking about. How do you give a farmer information and then they also give you information? And I think that's where the small and medium scale traders come in.
Okay, Ed, can we have a mic?
Hello, yeah. Thank you very much. I think this has been quite insightful conversation. I'm just trying to think about, I mean, all the speakers, and particularly Benjamin. I think that the bottom line in all these things is increasing productivity, right? So to what extent is the Cosmos work and support for, is it agripreneur? How are you basically assessing success? What is the, if you take your batch of trained entrepreneurs and so on and compare them to the others, in the form of randomized controlled trial, would you say that you're achieving much better impact on the ground? Just like to get a sense of the data which is happening. And also I think for the others also, the question is also on productivity, because if you are looking at the offtake of technology or applications and so on, and there is no visible outcome in terms of increasing productivity or income, then it's very difficult for people to change their behavior, right? So if you've had some experimental approach which shows that if you do this, this is what is going to happen, then at least there is an evidence which then begins to inform behavioral change because they see value in that. So I was just wondering if this is something that is embedded in your system and processes.
Yeah, Benjamin, can you take this and then I'll go to Ibrahim. So how from your experience, how do you measure success?
Right, a very interesting question, and thank you for asking that. So we do that in many ways. We have our own metrics that we look at in terms of the business and the business success. So sometimes we're even looking at the revenue, whether the business is being profitable, how many farmers that they are impacting in the value chain, what are they getting these farmers as return customers or retain customers and expanding the number of farmers. So these are all factors and many more that we look at. And we look at, and I just give you a few examples. And these are also learnings that we have as a program and as an institution where we always now bring back some of the lessons that our current companies that are commercial are learning into our program, so that we always cure potential challenges or challenges that some of the businesses are facing through our training programs. So for instance, I mentioned one of them that I talked about, software. Now, in our first and second years, we were largely looking at software solutions. And immediately we're realizing how difficult it is to sustain a software intervention for farmers. And so what was happening was that now what is the intermediary solution that you need to add on to your software? That intermediary solution could be an in-person solution, or so you don't have to just sit behind a computer and think that you're pushing data. So I think one of the panelists talked about how they quickly learned that maybe using a WhatsApp is even much better than using an app, you know. So we have learned some of these things, and all through that our M&E processes, we are able to collect all of these data. We also periodically have strategy sessions with our businesses. So we get to find out their experiences on the field. We have in-house agribusiness specialists and then other technical people. Then we go through this strategy session to now re-strategize. And in some cases, we have had to even help the business pivot from the original approach into a new approach based on the learnings that they are having out there on the field. So we keep iterating, because what we want to do is to build solutions that for farmers would be, or the agribusiness actors, it will be sustainable and give them impact. And two, for the business as well. And I keep saying business because what we want to do is that we want to make these young startups and enterprises be sustainable so that eventually they can reach a larger number of farmers. Some of them are also learning and they are getting spin off from their businesses. And so some of the spin off would be maybe adding another product to your business that will help the farmers to see that, okay, they can really connect well with you. I'll give you an example of one of our businesses that was focusing on a software for the poultry industry. Now, their software, the company is called AgriInnova, and their software was going to be collecting data from poultry farmers and be able to help poultry farmers find the veterinary services, the medications that they need to keep the poultry production records, collect their eggs, know the feed that they have, be able to plan for maize and all of that. They did all this beautiful software. Now, it got to a point they realized that they have to be the intermediary. And now at some point they were actually getting maize to farmers. They're helping get maize to farmers. They also now created what they call the Akoko market, because once the farmers have produced everything, they also want an outlet where they can also sell. So now they also created an outlet where the farmers can sell their produce from their from another platform that they have created from the initial platform. So this is what I can say about some of our processes that we go through. But we are always in touch with the businesses. We go through our M&E, which we take very serious, and also periodic strategy sessions that we're learning what is happening in the field based on reports coming in every month. And then we are reiterating how we have to move on.
Thank you, Benjamin. Ibrahim.
Yes, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, is the best high quality seed producers in this country. We produce, for example, maize for the planting for food and job. So almost all the maize seeds used for that policy is from the CSIR. The challenge we have had for years is we produce the varieties, we give it to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, who then pass it on to the extension, and then the extension services give it to the farmers. So the farmers tend to think it is agric corn or agric banchi or this. They don't know it's coming from CSIR. So I think we have the opportunity to be visible and tell our own story. Two, we've also had impact on exports, exports of post-harvest processed products in collaboration with the Ghana Exim Bank that supports SMEs as well as the Ghana Enterprise Agency. We have that sort of success there. We also incubate some SMEs, and we also work in collaboration with KIC, Cosmos Innovation Center, to help backstop, technical backstop, all their cohorts, innovations and ideas. So we do have data as to the progress that CSIR is making in terms of the CSA technology that are being used. Again, we should also not lose sight of the fact that we have indigenous technologies which are very helpful. We've also embarked on technology assessment in terms of indigenous technologies that are very, very helpful to be deployed as well.
Sorry, I didn't want to ask, but something came up from what you said. You talk about the improved varieties. What is your view on the fact that these genetically modified varieties are actually wiping out indigenous crops?
Indeed, there is evidence, scientific evidence to that. But I would say the comment I'm about to make is my personal comment, not for the CSIR. We look at, I want us to look at the 3 S's: food security, food safety, and food sovereignty. So if we're looking at the security, safety, and sovereignty, I don't have a challenge or a problem with our own scientists producing GMOs for our people. Then the issue of safety, sovereignty, and security is covered. Where the challenge is when it's coming from outside. I mean, all sorts of questions as to, do you know what could be done and what couldn't be done? Again, it's neither here nor there. The same questions came with vaccines, and it comes with medicines and other commodities. My dad always says, if you'll be killed, you would have been killed by now, because most of the things we use are imported. So I don't have personally a challenge with that. If our own scientists, and I know we are capable, what we need is investment in infrastructure, in the laboratories, in equipment, so that the brains, the human capital which we've already developed, can apply this knowledge for relevant solutions to our own situations. That is the ultimate, I believe. But there's nothing wrong collaborating and making sure that we enforce our policies. Another challenge we have is policy implementation and enforcement. There are so many policies out there. Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation have a policy on climate smart agriculture, but the question is, who is policing it? Who is making sure that it's being implemented? And how is it being implemented? Is it in the right way? What modes? And are we getting the feedback, or do we even bother about the feedback from the farmers, the people we say we are helping?
Thank you. Yes, any more questions from the floor? There's a hand up at this table. We need a mic. Sorry, we only have one mic for the floor.
Thank you very much. Coincidentally, I was coming to the airport in South Africa. I happened to follow a radio conversation talking about agriculture research in Ghana, and it seems that Ghana has a traditional grain that has the potential of actually gaining international market because of its property of being gluten-free. So to what extent, the processes of growing that crop in a way that is commensurate with climate smart evolution, to what extent it can be leveraged to gain the advantage of traditional knowledge in combination with newest technologies to exploit that advantage.
Okay, who wants to take that up? Ibrahim.
I'll make an attempt. I think standardization is key. And I'll use the example of pricing, for example, with cocoa. Cocoa, for example, in Ghana has a standardized price for standardized weight. But all the other crops, maize, soya, they don't have that. So it's at the whims and caprices of the buyers. And again, as you rightly said, the smallholder farmers are always at the receiving end. To what extent can we get it into the international market? If we look at standardization, local standardization, African, that's regional standardization, EU standardization, world standardization, and we ensure that that is implemented. For example, aflatoxin levels in maize, for example. Ghana's standard is probably, let's say, 2 or 3 units below the EU standards. So if, for example's sake, it's 7, and EU says 5, and you take the maize to the EU market and it is 6, it will be returned back. So a whole lot of losses would have been made. So if we can hone in on standardization of the product, what kind of standards we need, what level of gluten we need, in what gram of cereal, and what sort of level of aflatoxin we can permit, then we can compete favorably, in my humble opinion, in the international market. And again, moving from a mindset of change to transformation, where we think bigger than the little small changes that we've done. That could also be helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Fumzile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just talking about indigenous crops. I think also another issue is that because by their very nature they are indigenous, trying to move them into an export market may be quite difficult because if there's no quote unquote taste for that product, investing in the production of that crop may not be something that will yield, for lack of a better term, returns for farmers who are, as Shima said, quite risk averse. So those types of products do much better, I think, in the local domestic markets or the regional markets if it is a product that is eaten, across countries, in the same region.
Right. Thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, there's a hand up at the back, and we need the mic. Yeah.
Good morning. Well, I promise I did not want to ask this question, but I ended up asking. So, related to the indigenous crops, basically, and the ability of using them to export, right, rather than the cash crops market. Pumzio just said, in fact, they're indigenous, right? But I was thinking. At one point in Mozambique, for example, it was used what we call production in blocks, right? The idea behind the production blocks was to, ensure that they increase the productivity, even if there was like a sort of, technical assistance that was provided to, one by one small kind of like farmers, but if they are put all together in a block, right, you increase these ability of technical assist these people, right? And you increase the productivity, and hence, you can export them to international market, and you become even more like competitive, right? What I'm trying to say is that you transition from basically subsistence kind of like crops into a cash crops, right? And these kind of like leverage a bit of household incomes and so on and so forth. So this was my comment related to this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
if I may,
yes, go
briefly,
ahead. Go ahead.
Again, education, capacity building of the farmers to begin to think of farming as a business and investing in farming as a business. You'll be amazed there will be a farmer who has about 400 acres of land with about 15 tractors, but would not want to invest $500 in a course like Farming for Business, which is organized by CORAF and supported by CSIR. And you wonder, the guy has bought 15 tractors. So it's a mindset thing where we all have a shared responsibility to make sure that farmers and everyone in the value chain appreciates the value of education and taking farming as a business. Because you look at Ghana, I can't large commercial farms. Go to Cote d'Ivoire, when you're driving from Abidjan to Yamoussoukro or to Boaké, you would see very big plants of palm, plantain, but I don't see that here. The question is why? It's also because of not only the education, but government supports this. When they for loans, are talking about, I don't know, 25%, 35% ish. So in the situation where you have families who strand between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, some family members will take loans from Cote d'Ivoire and come and invest it here because of interest rates. So governments also have responsibilities of supporting.
Yeah, we have someone from Development Bank Ghana, so I don't know whether you want to comment on that.
In fact, with the banks, I believe a policy where banks must have a minimum percentage of supporting agriculture. There is a bank, I don't want to mention names, supposedly to support agriculture. But if you go down there for the data, I believe you wouldn't even have 10 to 20% of the loans going to support farmers. I think that needs to be changed. Humbly.
Any comment you want to add?
Well, thank you on the on these presentations. I think these things really hit on a lot of the things that needs to be done. On the side of capacity building that he mentioned with respect to farmers really recognizing that they are in business, and for that reason they must seek the right knowledge to really advance what you're doing. I think one of the things that we are doing is trying to provide additional capacity building to these businesses in agribusiness and other sectors that we have mandate to really provide scale up their capacity. So we've been doing that, trying to make sure that you scale up these businesses so that you make them their businesses bankable, and then they are able to get a credit that is needed. Now on the side of very well-priced loans, I absolutely agree with you. It's very difficult for a business to really scale up if the cost of funds is so high for them. And so that's one of the things that we are doing through Development Bank, to be able to provide what we consider sustainable pricing or pragmatic pricing that allows for these businesses to be able to scale up. Also, what I believe is not readily available has to do with the tenors of the loan. I mean, businesses, businesses or manufacturing, it's very important that they have a well-tenured facility that allows them to be able to really invest in a long-term nature and be able to really scale up in a way that they should be, and then be able to get the level of productivity that is needed. And so that's one of the things that we're doing, trying to make sure that we provide long-term financing to these areas that normally banks would not necessarily go there. And the reason is that banks are, are in business to make money. And so to the extent that they realize that the areas are risky, as an example, for you to de-risk your business, you must have a very good understanding of the business you are in. And so one of the comment that came was that a lot of the development financing that is available now is market oriented. And so for you to be able to do that, then you need to really make sure that you provide the kind of environment that allows for these kind of long-tenured loans to the businesses, so then they will be able to kind of scale up. But not to take all your time, I think that a lot of the things that we have done so far, also value chain, as you really said, to really see where bottlenecks are in the value chain and where you can actually provide the financing that really then add value to the whole space. So those are some of the things that we've done, and I think that when we get a section, and if there are additional things, we are happy to add. Thank you.
Thank you. We only have a few minutes left, so I just want to ask final questions to Ibrahim and to Benjamin. So Benjamin, just to finish off, based on your experience, what are some of the most effective CSA practices and technologies in Ghana, based on your experience?
Right, thank you very much. Maybe before I go on to the question you asked me, adding a little bit to what Ibrahim and then the last speaker just talked about in terms of making sure that farmers are taking agriculture or agribusiness as business. I mean, this is one of the core things, and as an institution, with our learnings, we are also making sure that now we're not only getting entrepreneurs thinking about intermediary solutions within the agricultural value chain, but also thinking about production. So in our mind as an organization, what we're trying to do is also to prepare and create a next generation of farmers who will be taking some of these things pretty seriously and knowing that this is a business, this is my mainstay, and then I'm doing it the right way. And some of them is working with one of our partners, the Blue Skies Foundation, working with the school farm competition. Right from the junior high and senior high level, we're already orienting or reorienting the young people that agriculture is not a punishment, agriculture is business, and there are a lot of opportunities in there. And currently we have 257 schools across the country that are partaking in 10 regions of the country that are partaking in this year's Blue Skies at the school farm competition that we're right. And then eventually we believe that these young people will see these opportunities. Now to the question that you asked around what are some of the talking about resilience. So we're looking at how, for instance, seed innovation. And I think Ibrahim mentioned a few stuff around seed and then the various varieties that are coming up. Seed innovation is very important. And so these are some of the things that we are realizing, and it's very important that we actually be able to harness this technology in seed innovation, because that also help bring resilient seeds that will help in this climate CSA approaches that we are looking at. And all of this would also coupled with the various technologies, we believe that that is going to really contribute to the enhancement of food security. Also, some around greenhouse emissions. It is also some of the areas that we think it is very important in this area, and then we'll look at that. Sometimes for us, some of our businesses are also looking at in solving some of these challenges, looking at how much even fertilizers that farmers really need to reapply on their field, for instance, and what type of fertilizers are needed. If you look at the fertilizers on our market, sometimes you're almost tempted to think that everything is about the same formulation, but does all the soils across all the regions in the country need all the same type of fertilizers? All the crops also, do they need the same type of fertilizer? So Soil Solutions, for instance, is a company that came out of KIC that gives you a do-it-yourself soil test kit that helps you to really understand what is really needed to, you really need to apply to your soil. and be able to get the crop. So these are a few that I would say, given the time that we have left.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. So final question to Ibrahim. How can public-private partnerships and other collaborations be leveraged to, promote CSA? What do you see as, if you look at agribusiness or agro-based manufacturing, what role can CSIR provide to facilitate the process?
Thank you very much. CSIR is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Our basic mandate is to use research to harness science, technology, and innovation for wealth creation. Looking at CSA, we are the foremost high-quality seed developers, technology developers or providers. We have the capacity to do that. What we need is investment for upscaling that capacity, and also policies to help us come up with technologies for crops that will be import substituted crops in order to reduce the imports of such crops and increase, hopefully, our exports, increase incomes also generated from there, create jobs through that. Again, if you look at the public-private partnership collaboration, just like the conference I drove from this morning that I'll be going back, it is the Food Security Conference for Ghana, where we have an industry player, one industry player, saying that yes, that's Jospong groups of companies and Asian African Consortium, which is a wholly Ghanaian based company, that look, rice is a commodity that if we can be self-sustaining or self-sufficient, we can save a lot of money and as well probably export for earning. We need the industry to lead such. Gone were the days when, because of promotions, we write papers and come up with technologies, and now we look for markets for those technologies. We want the industry, the private sector, to tell us what sort of technology they require to help their businesses grow, so that the scientists work from that point of view. And then also we want government as well as the private sector to inject some level of capital, patient capital, we would say, in that. CSIR, for example, we do have, for capacity building purposes, we do have our College for Science and Technology, which is a graduate school focusing on looking at the gaps in the industry and helping to solve that. We have short-term capacity building in various areas: snail farming, beekeeping, honey production, mushroom production, for exports and import consumption, chocolate production. We have that we can support, both with the technical backstopping as well as capacity building sort of support for the industry.
Thank you. We've run out of time, and so I'd like to sincerely thank the panelists for their very insightful inputs, and I also like to thank the floor for your patience. So I think I'll hand back to George. So thank you very much, panelists. And thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I think we'll run straight to the next session. There's no break on this one, sorry.
Morning, everybody. My name is Sumaya Goga, and I'm from the Center for Competition, Regulation, and Economic Development at the Center for and the topic for today is green industrialization and the role of DFIs. I'll just do a little bit of an introduction. Very long. We really would like to hear from the panelists in terms of what they would like to say. Sorry, can everyone hear me well? I'm struggling with this mic. Next slide, please. So just a little bit in terms of what the challenge for Africa is. The challenge for Africa is that there is an imperative in order to industrialize. And this imperative to industrialize is while Africa has to industrialize, it also has to build energy systems and transition energy systems away from carbon towards renewable energy. At the same time, there is now a push towards greener and more sustainable production in line with global policy. This work better, I hope so. Pursuing greener and more sustainable production in line with global policies related to trade. And this comes from carbon border adjustment mechanisms. It comes from something called the farm to fork strategy, which impacts mainly on the agriculture sector. Something from the EU Green Deal called the Fit for 55, which impacts, for instance, on electric vehicles, etc. So the issue is around industrializing while building energy systems, as well as transitioning towards towards a less carbon-intensive energy and towards a more sustainable means of production. Now we know that there are fewer resources and capabilities in Africa to deal with both mitigation and adaptation. Warming in sub-Saharan Africa particularly is expected to be higher than the global average. So by 2030, 108 to 116 million people in Africa will be exposed to sea level rise compared to 54 in 2000. But as we know, most climate change impacts stem from already industrialized nations' historical records of pollution. So of course we can't forget that these issues don't stem from Africa, but Africa is dealing with these issues. At the same time, access to energy in Africa is very low. So just over half, or 55% of the 1.3 billion people living in Africa have access to electricity. And this is very different from the rest of the world, where 90% of the rest of the world has access to electricity. So the continent is tasked with the challenge of developing without polluting, while being simultaneously the major victim and the lowest contributor to emissions. Now, why is CBAM and the trade-related measures important? These are important because they make suppliers responsible for their supply chains. Of course, the carbon border adjustment mechanisms come mainly from the EU. And they will impose a carbon tax on suppliers that are supplying to the EU. And as I will show in the next slide, Africa is a significant supplier to the EU. And so suppliers to the EU, including Africa and other developed countries, developing and developed countries, will have to adjust in terms of their production processes in order to decarbonize. The idea is that it will reduce the competitive advantage of exports from developing countries with the lower cost structures. Initially, it will only cover iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminium, and electricity. And now it also includes hydrogen. Interestingly, it now includes a limited number of downstream products, although the precise details of these are not available. It may include some polymers and chemicals. This is also a space that's moving all the time. So if you read the documents around CBAM, it says that it covers a certain number of products now. In the future, it may cover other products, a broader range of products, that they will, after the transitional phase from 2023 to 2026, they will look at the products that are covered and may include other products, etc. A big question is around indirect emissions. So at the moment, it only covers process emissions. But if indirect emissions are also included in in how they calculate the carbon border tax. This is really problematic, especially for countries, for instance, like South Africa, who are very carbon intensive in terms of their electricity production. So countries that use a lot of coal-based energy or carbon-based energy will be particularly hard hit in terms of CBAM in the products that are included in the CBAM. So it will come into effect in 2023. It will be administrative to 2026, and during the transitional phase, there'll be a requirement to report on a quarterly basis the actual direct as well as indirect emissions embedded in imported goods. Now, why is all of this important? It's important because why is all of this important from a financing perspective? It's important because producers will be expected to put up some financing and some money in order to invest in technologies to both decarbonize as well as to be able to work out their carbon footprints and to as well as to report on their carbon footprints. So there's a real cost involved in terms of both decarbonization, in terms of the administrative imperative to understand where decarbonization, where carbon is intensive in their production processes, how to calculate it, and then how to report it as well. So the CBAM is the most direct one. Just in terms of why the EU is important, because the CBAM comes from the EU. Africa is the fourth largest trading partner of the EU and the largest export destination of Africa's commodities. In 2019, EU accounted for 28% of Africa's total exports. A lot of Africa's agricultural exports go there, 26% of fertilizer, a significant amount of iron and steel, energy, and then manufacturing and transport exports as well. Other policies from the EU that will also impact producers in developing countries include the farm to fork strategy, the phasing out of traditional ICE vehicles and moving to electric vehicles, and then some more broad kind of policies such as the EU German supply chain law and the EU corporate sustainability due diligence directive. The farm to fork strategy is an interesting one because it covers agriculture. Now we know that the agriculture is the primary source of income, providing 60% of jobs in Africa. The EU aims to become the global leader in setting sustainable food standards, and compliance with these standards will become a precondition for placing food products on the EU market. There's a number of priorities relating to the reduction of pesticide usage, fertilizer, antibiotic usage in farming, etc. All of these will impact on how agricultural producers will be able to access EU markets in terms of their agricultural products. In other words, the way in which agriculture is produced and the way in which pesticides are used, fertilizers are used, antibiotics are used in production processes in agriculture will have to shift in order to in order to be able to access EU markets. And for Africa, that's particularly problematic because we know that that agriculture is a big source of income for the continent. Then, of course, we spoke about this yesterday as well, the phasing out of traditional ICE vehicles and moving to EVs. Here, South Africa is particularly impacted because of South Africa's big vehicle sector. Around 33% of South Africa's components are at risk of being displaced, catalytic converters at highest risk. So essentially, what the EU is looking at is zero emissions from new cars and vans by 2035. 2035 is around the corner, not very far away. So in order to be able to transition your motor vehicle sector between now and 2035, it really means that you're going to have to put some serious plans in place to be able to turn those production processes from traditional ICE vehicles into producing electric vehicles. an interesting thought here is around the multinationals and where the multinationals are, because of course in South Africa they're multinational assemblies. It's the big Mercedes, Volkswagens, etc., and whether they are making decisions about whether to actually invest in technology in developing countries or whether to move out of developing countries altogether. So it is, in some senses, it is about whether multinational companies are willing to invest the technology in developing countries or not. To be honest, in South Africa, there doesn't seem to be a coherent strategy at the moment. We're already in 2023. We have no idea whether we will have an electric vehicle sector by 2035 or not, or whether 100,000 jobs will be on the line or not. It's unclear, and that's really quite scary. And then, of course, as I said, there's some more kind of overarching laws that are coming out of the EU, such as the EU German Supply Chain Law, the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. And these basically will make importers responsible for environmental impacts of suppliers, labor standards, and human rights. And the idea here is that these are more kind of broad-ranging kind of measures that don't necessarily talk just about carbon, but they talk about the supply chain more generally and make importers responsible for a number of things around sustainability and around ESG, which I think was what Lindsay was talking about the other day, around more kind of ESG kinds of issues. How that will impact, I mean, I don't know specifically about these two directives and how far forward they are and how they will impact in terms of production in developing or developed countries. But I think the idea is that the trend is towards looking at more sustainable, not just on the carbon side, but more sustainable and more just more sustainable kind of production where you can trace a whole lot of different standards. And suppliers will be responsible for a whole lot of different kind of standards, which basically raises the costs on producers in a number of ways. So just to kind of keep that in the back of your mind, that these kinds of things are kind of coming in the future, and so it's important to kind of just keep it in the back of your mind in terms of the financing cost of what that means. And then just a little bit on the financing challenge. So in terms of the financing challenge, Africa will require $2 trillion to achieve net zero targets by 2050. Of this, approximately $600 billion will be required just for the decarbonization of existing industries and energy arrangements. So all the stuff that I've spoken about around trade measures is not covered in this. This is just around decarbonization, etc. And if you look at the issues around accessing climate finance, we know that this has been problematic, especially for Africa. Between 2016 and 2020, Africa accounted for only 26% of the total climate finance provided for and mobilized by developing countries. So it has been a real struggle for Africa to kind of access climate finance. Furthermore, an AFD study showed that Africa's share of global finance flows increased by only 3 percentage points on average between 2010 and 2019. So it was 23% in 2010 and 2015 and increased to only 26% in 2016 to 2019. Another challenge that has been identified is that funds are often channeled through international intermediaries. So this would be organizations like the AFD, the World Bank, the UNDP, etc. And this is with limited participation of national agencies like the DFI. This poses, like national DFIs. This poses a challenge in terms of national ownership and programmatic investment at national levels. So if the funds are being channeled through kind of international intermediaries, getting national ownership and kind of matching those investments with what needs to happen at the national level can be a little problematic. And then an AFD scoping study, and I think this was done in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, found that countries that have been able to access climate funds are those that have organized and proactive private sectors with dedicated agencies that support private sector green investments and lead efforts in building capacity for accessing climate finance. So they display national leadership on climate politics and policy and have established financial institutions that are capable of directly accessing climate funds. So they have really kind of well-organized private sector actors that understand the politics very well, that understand how to access the climate funds very well, and that understand the environment around the climate finance very well. Another thing that pops up all over the place, and I think it came up yesterday in some of the discussions, is that the design of right policies is really key to attracting finance. And you see this, for instance, around the renewable energy independent power producers procurement program in South Africa. So when this program was launched, I think in around 2010 in South Africa, it really helped. It really helped the IDC to kind of the IDC is South Africa's development finance institution, the one linked to industrialization, the one that the main one. It really helped the IDC in order to de-risk the investments in that sector. And the reason it could do that was because it is a well-designed program that investors could understand and that the IDC could kind of invest in and private investors could understand. So the design of, and as a result, private sectors came on board fairly quickly. And eventually the IDC, after round 2 or 3, I think, so they had a couple rounds of it, I think round 4 by round 4 or round 5 by 2015 before the program was stalled. By round 3, the IDC, which is the development bank, just kind of had to stepped back because private investment into the renewable energy program had actually taken over completely. So the IDC kind of played a role in terms of de-risking initially because it was a new program, but a really well-designed program. And once the private funders could see that this is a program that is well-designed, it works, etc., private funders came in and kind of were happy to take on this role of funding. And interestingly, those were all domestic private funders. So it was your standard banks, it was your Old Mutual, etc., etc. They were not. It was not international financial institutions kind of funding in the South African context. It was domestic financial players that funded there. And then finally, there's an issue around the sustainable finance framework that the EU is looking at, and which some people think will likely result in declining finance offered by financial institutions to investment projects that do not meet sustainability criteria set in the green taxonomy standards, which include not just carbon neutrality, but compliance with human rights and labor rights. In other words, finance will be offered for projects that meet some kind of sustainability criteria that are set out in the green taxonomy standards, which deal with both carbon neutrality and human rights and labor rights. And there is some discomfort that might lead to a decline in the amount of finance that is available. Of course, that's something that is forward-looking, and it's not clear. It's not clear whether that will happen or not. So, given that it's been really quite tough to attract climate finance, and many countries' financial systems are not that well developed in terms of attracting many countries' financial markets are not that well developed. What is the role of development finance? Well, I would say the role of development finance is quite key. And not necessarily just in terms of providing finance, but also in terms of attracting development finance through other institutions. So through climate finance institutions, etc. And what I've done here is I've outlined a set of criteria for evaluating DFI investments in green industrialization. The first thing to say is that increased investment towards renewable energy is imperative for industrialization and can over time restore international competitiveness in key sectors, conferring an advantage in exports of green products. In other words, it should be seen as investing in renewable energy should be seen as a growth agenda, because essentially it means that you are trying to restore your competitiveness in key sectors, which gives you in the longer term, it will give you an advantage in terms of green products. Secondly, like the example of the RE-IPP, which I gave earlier, it's not just about providing finance, but sometimes it's about finding catalytic projects. In other words, to crowd in finance. So provide the initial finance, de-risk some kind of well organized program, and then the private sector comes in and plays its role. So the ICC played this catalytic role in the early stages of the RE-IPP. That's 4 Ps. Thus de-risking the program and crowding in private funders. It's important that this success was contingent on the supporting government frameworks and strategies that guided the IDC's investments. Thirdly, investment should be geared towards making diversified industries more competitive in a world where green is the standard. So where investments are being made, the idea is to make diversified industries more competitive because green is the standard. And I guess this comes from the experience in South Africa, where we have this tension between funding between sort of upstream resource-intensive sectors through the IDC versus downstream more diversified industries. And there's always been this kind of tension in South Africa. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. And then, of course, patient capital and risk. We know that the conventional financial sector doesn't play the role of giving patient capital and risk, particularly when new technologies are being mooted. So the role of development finance is for the ability of the institution to be patient and to take on risk. So to be able to give concessional finance, to be able to give financing for longer periods of time, etc. And then finally, seeking international partnerships is critical to mobilize the necessary financing and play a more market shaping role. However, again, utilizing such funding pools effectively requires a coherent, and I said renewable energy policy, but really any kind of policy that, where you're trying to attract funding requires a really coherent policy in order to attract these agreements. And finally, of course, there has to be a coherence between industrial policy and development finance. This has been, these criteria come out of some work that I've been doing with the IDC in South Africa. There has been some tension between how well the IDC's kind of, mandate and funding is in terms of industrial policy imperatives in South Africa, how well those are matched. And so there does have to be a coherence between industrial policy and development finance as well. And I'll stop there. I'll now invite our distinguished panelists to join us on the stage, and that would be Dr. Prince J. Ajay from the Development Bank of Ghana, Santos Nekas Villas from the University of Johannesburg, and Professor John Asafu Ajay from Asset. very much for joining us here this afternoon. Yes, this afternoon. And if I can start with you, Dr. Ajay, and the newly developed Development Bank of Ghana, which I'm sure is very exciting. Can I just ask, how is the Development Bank of Ghana placed in terms of supporting Ghana's green industrialization agenda, in terms of the coherence between Ghana's industrial policy and the focus of the Development Bank?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the invitation. So, Development Bank Ghana, DBG, was set up sometime last year. So we've just been just under 2 years. And basically our mandate is to really provide long-term financing to very, very critical sectors in the economy. Agribusiness, manufacturing, high-value services, i.e. education, tourism, and then also ICT. The reason is that we've noticed from research that there had been a lot of lapses in terms of long-term financing that is supposed to support these very critical areas in the economy. And so the idea is that we come in to really intermediate in this space to provide additional long-term financing to really the areas that I just mentioned. But in terms of how we are placed to really support finances, sustainable financing in this space, one of the things that we are doing is the fact that we are looking at setting up what we consider climate investment fund, that basically is geared towards funding, sustainable projects in the country. We are looking that we are setting it up with about 100 million Ghanaian cedis, and we are looking at by 2027 we'll crowding funding with our partners to bring it to about 1 billion Ghanaian cedis. But this is very important to us in the sense that climate risk is a significant risk. We believe that if we don't take a look at it very well, it would have an impact on our portfolios. In the sense that our model is that we do lend to financial institutions, and they then on-lend to businesses. And so when we take, for instance, the agribusiness as an example, who are beneficiaries of our loan, then it's very important that, if they don't have the right tools to really support them in the work that they do, then you have a possibility in their ability to make the loan payments that are supposed to be made. And so these things are very important to us in a way that we need to be able to provide the kind of capacity that is needed in that space that allows for a much more scientific way of really farming or the businesses that we support. And so in terms of sustainability, we are very focused on making sure that the sectors that we deploy capital into are very sustainable in all sense. One of the things that we are doing in the space is ESG. We are working very hard, and the partners that we work with, the financial institutions, we really get them up to speed with respect to the ESG practices, so they can actually incorporate ESG practices in the underwriting of the loans that they really provide to the businesses that we are in. And this obviously is not, ESG is not something that has been a practice in the banking industry here in Ghana. And so there's a lot of capacity building that is needed that then allows for the sustainable deployment of capital into the space. So these are some of the things that we have been doing, trying to really support the sustainable financing in our space.
If I can just follow up on that, I'm interested in the model of lending to other financial institutions, and rather than to businesses themselves, and why that decision was taken, and also And also, in terms of that, then how do you ensure, for instance, that you're getting that you are lending at rates that are concessional, etc.? Or are you lending at rates that are concessional to the financial institutions? And then how are they on lending, for instance?
Well, thank you very much. So there are various ways that development finance institutions can intermediate in the market. They can go the retail way, where they actually lend directly to the end borrowers, which is the SMEs or small corporates. Or you could do the wholesale lending model, which is basically you have an intermediary who then interfaces with the recipient of the fund. We, through the research that the World Bank did before setting up the DBG, based on the past history that we had in Ghana with respect to development finance institutions, and also the economic imperatives, the decision was made that we would go through our model would be a wholesale model. But I do believe that in terms of trying to really operationalize a wholesale model, it's been very, I would say that it's early days yet, but so far we believe that the partners that we have selected through our process where we actually on-lend to them for them to on-lend, it's much more, it's a journey, it's collaborative in nature, and making sure that the guardrails that we put in place to prevent a repeat of past mistakes would not necessarily happen. And so the model as we have, which is a wholesale model, I would say that for the time that we've been in existence, it's a journey that we are kind of working through with the financial institutions to really make sure that we can deploy capital. Now, in terms of asset creation, I mean, there will be arguments that if you do direct lending, then obviously asset creation will be faster, or if not. But we've seen that a wholesale financing hadn't necessarily inhibit our ability to create asset or to lend, because what we've seen is that the appetite of the financial institutions whom we partner with is strong in terms of their willingness to really lend in the market. What we've seen, though, is that the economic initiatives that we've seen really had slowed the asset creation by the financial institutions. And so that obviously you would then see that there's the impact with respect to the model we have. But we've been working with them to really provide additional risk mitigating strategies. For instance, we've been working on trying to set up what we consider partial credit guarantee. That then allows them to be able to go into the areas that we are wanting them to go. And by the way, they still carry the credit risks. And so we are working on setting up a credit guarantee through the funding from the World Bank and also KfW to really de-risk that space. And so giving the financial institutions some level of comfort to be able to deploy capital in the areas that we want them to. And so to ask your question on the wholesale financing model, we believe that for us to be able to be successful in that space, we would have to have a set of tools in the toolbox. And one of them is the partial credit guarantee that we're working on. We also believe that, just debt would not necessarily do it. I think from your research, you've indicated that there's a need for patient capital. And so we are also setting up the equity financing to really also deploy capital in that space. Using the same, wholesale lending model. So we have an indirect exposure to the end borrower, which is you have fund of funds investment. And then, so with all this said, I think there was in the earlier conversations, there was a question around how do you price effectively. I think for development finance institutions, the earlier submission had been that, most of the international financing institutions are looking for market-oriented institutions to work with. And so then it becomes very imperative to really think of sustainability and developmental impact. And so for us, one of the things that we've been working on very hard is to strike the right balance between sustainability and financial sustainability and developmental impact. And that is basically driving how we are able to price in the market. One of the things that we've done is that, in most pricing methodologies, They kind of look at some indexing and benchmarking, but we've really looked at various ways to really price in a way that it's really beneficial to the end borrower, whilst also working very hard with the intermediaries, the financial institutions, because obviously they also want to be sustainable. But so far, we've been able to kind of find a way that allows a win-win for the financial institutions that we work with and the end borrowers. Whilst we are not able to directly dictate what the financial institutions should be charging the end borrowers, we've used moral suasion of the fact that we are in this thing together, and our long-term goal is to really provide financing to the areas that are critical, and the fact that we provide additional capacity, like capacity building, the credit guarantees that we are coming out with, and obviously the patient capital. And together we are able to go into the market with a very, very, what I would call pragmatic prices that allows for us to achieve the financial sustainability and also the development impact of which we've been set up for.
Santos, if I could come to you next. Just if you look at kind of DFI assets by region in America, Asia, Europe, multilateral institutions in Africa, Africa is really very small in terms of DFI assets, accounting for, I think, 0.8% of total assets in 2022. Really, really quite small. So given the challenge of how small African DFIs are in comparison to DFIs in other regions, how can they best be leveraged to support green industrialization in African countries?
Thank you very much. I think first it's just to add, to what you have already said, it's pretty much important to say that, financial institutions are, of a paramount importance, to, kind of like mediate the relationship that exists between industrialization and climate change, right? You put forward some numbers here, which are quite interesting, right? Just for decarbonizing, but I mean, the other ones are these, for us to have green industrialization, we are saying that firms, they will have to transition from the normal industrialization into, a green one, and they need kind of like funds for that, right? For them to adapt, for example, the IMF, they estimate that they need about, 50 billions, like, per year for them to work, by 2050, and the question is, where do they get this money from, right? So back to your question, I think for them to, DFIs in this case, for them to leverage kind of like their asset, there are some kind of things that they have to do. I was quite happy when I heard Prince here saying that they are kind of like working with climate kind of like investment, right? This shows that they are complying with sort of international kind of like partners, which is important, and I will basically encourage that this must be continued, because, for example, if you see now the IMF, they have the RST, Resilience and Sustainability Fund, right? If you are working exactly on the same kind of like goal, the way that they are working on, you are more likely going to get more funds from them. The World Bank, for example, now they have the CPF, like Country Partnership Framework, right? Which also aligns to what you have just said. So it is important. But I think big challenges are, one, coordination, right, within, like, nationally, and internationally. I mean by this, the DFIs, among them first. Second, the DFIs, and, government or other institutions, it is, of a paramount importance that these institutions, they coordinate, they work towards the same goal, right? You cannot have, for example, at high level, the government looking at this at one particular thing, and you have a DFI looking at other particular thing. It's just not going to work, because these DFIs are going to where, for example, there is a good governance, there is voice and accountability. So strong institutions, they count too much. there's something I was really did not want to mention, but I'm just going to mention it. You know, our development institutions around Africa as a continent, they are highly linked to the political power, right? I mean, so their independence or sovereignty, it cannot play a role, right? So it is also important that we can like delink ourselves from, not necessarily because it's important, it's like somehow we depend on them, but it is important that we don't 100% depend on them. The other thing is to, I mean, back to the coordination. Internationally, it is important that, for example, the Development Bank of Ghana, you know, coordinates with Development Bank of Nigeria. You know, he said that you are doing that. You know, with Benin, with I explain why. I mean, these countries are kind of like spatially correlated, right? What happens in Ghana, it affects directly somehow, right? What happens in Benin, in Cote d'Ivoire, right? So if the Development Bank of Ghana, for example, it can learn from the development of Benin, of Togo, of Cote d'Ivoire, and all of them, those that are specially correlated, you know, they work towards the same goal, right? We are more likely going to have like a sort of development impact compared to just working by yourself. Just to finalize, it is also going to the route of sustainability, like financial sustainability. Well, what we don't want is that at the end of the day we become, you know, pretty much dependent on our partners, you know, the Development Bank, you know, Asian banks, and so on and so forth. So maybe it's time now to start mobilizing domestic sources, right? In a way that, for example, we encourage maybe now, for example, we have sovereign wealth funds, right, in countries. If we can create, for example, a fund, right, whereby, you know, firms are going to, you know, save, right, you know, in those development kind of like institutions, and at the end of the day, they get help from them. I think this is going to somehow, you know, leverage the size of the assets of these DFIs in Africa.
Oh, thank you. If I can go now to Prof. Asafo Ajay, and I want to ask you about the role of DFIs in attracting climate finance, and specifically how you think the Development of Ghana is placed, Development Bank of Ghana is placed in this regard, and what the kind of opportunities or challenges are here.
So I'd like to distinguish between the different types of DFIs. So we have the multilateral DFIs, we have the bilateral DFIs, and then we have the national DFIs. And you quoted some figures at the beginning, which was very low, and I take it that's the national DFIs. Right. So globally, if you look at the global scene, Africa as a region receives less climate finance than, say, Asia or Latin America, despite the fact that Africa is the region that will be hardest hit by climate change. So it is a big issue. And so what are the challenges? I'll look at it from the point of African countries seeking climate finance from these DFIs all combined. It's not enough when applying for these funds. It's not enough to say that, oh, well, my country will be very hard hit by climate change. And in fact, a lot of countries in this region are very hard hit, are actually, even now, experiencing the effects of climate change. But the thing is, you've got to make a business case because, you know, the money is not free money. And the number of challenges, one, I've listed a few, but there are many more. One is lack of technical expertise to prepare bankable projects. You know, the need is there. It's very clear that a country needs money, but the challenge is really putting up a strong case to convince the funders. Some of the funds require co-financing, especially some of the large DFIs, bilateral ones and some multilateral ones. And that's a problem because these countries are already financially challenged. So unless it comes from the World Bank or ADB or some of these multinational MDBs, they don't have a chance to go into some of the others because they don't have the funds to actually even make an application. For mitigation finance, a country has to indicate how much greenhouse gases you're going to remove or how much carbon you're going to sequester. And so you have to have the data. And many countries, even including my own country, Ghana, do not know how much carbon they have. They don't know their carbon stocks. There are some estimates put out by the Forestry Commission, but I would really take it with a grain of salt. The fact is that we don't have the capacity. The other issue is that it really boils down to lack of technology, right? And even when the technology is available, there's lack of expertise to deploy that technology. The other issue is that many of the DFIs, maybe not so much the national ones, but some of the big ones, they have an appetite for large-scale projects. And the challenge we have is that we have several small-scale, smallholder families, smallholder farmers who are being affected. We don't have that scope, and actually, a lot of countries in Africa don't have the experience of managing large-scale projects. So again, that serves as a disadvantage. So the other point of your question is that how can this be addressed? One of the issues that Africa has made at COP27, and this is the African group of negotiators. In fact, they put up a good case, and we also need technology transfer. From what I saw in COP27, these issues have still not been addressed. So it is something that we will come up again at COP28 because we need that sort of technical expertise for allow us to put up cases. Another issue also with the big funds like the Global Climate Fund and others is that the process is very inflexible. It takes a long time to get the money, and there are all kinds of rules which make it very difficult for African countries to apply for these funds. So really the solution to that is to reform these climate funds. I know that COP27 agreed to reform the MDBs, but that actually that doesn't apply to some of the climate funds, and so we need to address that issue. That the climate funds also need to be reformed to make it work for African countries. So I'll hand back over to you, and we can pick it up going forward.
That was fascinating, actually. I don't have a hell of a lot. We should open it to the floor for questions.
Hi, thank you. So my question is for Prince from Development Bank of Ghana. I remember when it was first announced, although I haven't followed it in detail since, although I used to work on Ghana quite closely, so I know the history that you're referring to and the problems with financing. But I have interacted with the Ethiopian Development Bank, and I also have studied sectors where they have given loans, so I have also seen some other country development banks in action. And one of the things that strikes me as the most important, and I think has been lacking in African development banks, I mean, leaving corruption and governance issues aside, which I'm not sure is reason why they failed. I'm sure it was one factor in the past, but I think one of the biggest factors is either not having bankable projects or not having the expertise in financial institutions to assess whether projects are bankable. And the second factor was really the big problem with the Ethiopian Development Bank. You had government commitment, you had industrial policies, You had targeted sectors, so it was floriculture, it was apparel, they were exporting. It all looked great, right? It didn't go that well. And when we were looking in and talking with people who worked in the banks, the problem is, and it's the same problem with the commercial sector, besides you have risk adverseness in commercial sector, but also understanding risk is about understanding the sector. So what we lack, and what I can see played a major role in other successful countries in Asia, is you have to have the expertise in the banks, whether that is a commercial bank or a concessional bank. You have to be able to judge if it's bankable, and therefore you need to know the sector itself. And risk is highly subjective. So when you don't know anything, everything looks risky. And I can't really see how this problem has been addressed in Ghana, either through the Development Bank of Ghana or through the commercial banks. And if you have a wholesale model where you're just on lending, you're definitely not solving that problem. So I just wondered, I'm sure you were extremely smart and knowledgeable and expertise on finance, but I think, has this been discussed in Ghana? And that the problem is not always being a financial expert, it's actually being an industry expert. And I wonder if that is something that has been discussed in your circles, and if not, I would just raise the point that I think, you know, to find bankable projects and support them, and to put investors together, it won't happen without. And we've been talking about all these different sectors, right? And that industries are going green. So it's about understanding how they're being greened and the technologies and what it requires to be successful and what it requires to enter export markets.
Well, thank you. I think that you hit the nail in the head there with respect to expertise and how you actually assemble bankable projects. I think you're absolutely right. You need to really have understanding of the industry, the sectors in which you are providing the funding. Obviously, good governance and risk management play a very critical role in the ability to sustainability. It's very critical. We are very much focused on making sure that in terms of the corporate governance practices and risk management that underpins what we do is really very non-compromising. And so that's one of the cardinal things that we're doing. And then I think that with respect to expertise, you know, the process that was used in terms of the recruitment process to really assemble the folks that were going to lead the finance institution, DBG, was very in a way that the intention was to really cure some of these things that you talked about with respect to expertise. And so I would say that a lot of the folks that were put together for us to come and run the institution, you know, various processes were put in place internationally to ensure that some of these things at minimum is cured. Now, in terms of deploying capital where you actually leverage the expertise and the technical know-how, that's one of the things that we do discuss in our circles very well. And so what we've done is that we really leverage a lot of partnership because we do believe that a lot of people have been in the space in which we are, and they've learned a lot from what from the journeys that they've traveled. And so one of the things that we do, obviously, is partnership. And so, for instance, if we take our lending into the agricultural sector, we partner a lot with GESEL, which is a agricultural guarantee arm in Ghana that basically guarantees agricultural capital deployment with the financial institutions. They've been in that space for a long time. They've their skill set in terms of identifying what is bankable and what is not in that space. And so any kind of deal that comes to us from the financial institution with respect to financing an agri deal, we actually pass it on to them to gain a second eye with respect to bankability. And we do the same thing for the other sectors as well. So one of the ways that we try to cure that in our formative years is to really also partner with companies that have the know-how. Another thing that we are doing is that we are also looking at the other institutions like ACET, who are very much knowledgeable in the spaces that we are with respect to value chains and all of that. We're relying on them as well with respect to knowledge that they have in the space to really make sure that we have the skill set that allows for us to be able to determine what is bankable and what is not. But one of the things also is our wholesale model. The wholesale model basically also relies on the financial institutions. So another layer that we have is that the financial institutions, obviously, they are in a business to make money. And so they would only want to fund something that they believe that is bankable. But I think that we continue to face the expertise in terms of, for instance, how do we look at the ICT deals, for instance? How do you underwrite information technology deals in a space that you are very lacking in information technology? And so these are some of the things that we continue to build capacity. We have a significant engagement with the African Development Bank that basically has also invested in Development Bank Ghana. And so we are building those kind of capacities there. We have, capacity building with KfW, the Development Bank in Germany, and they are also providing additional capacity in terms of building our skill set in that area. That then allows the ecosystem to be very useful. And not only that, we believe that it's not only building the skill set of the employees in DBG, but also the ecosystem itself, financial sector. We need to be able to provide some kind of capacity building. And so we have technical assistance that the World Bank has given us that basically is providing some kind of training and capacity building in the financial sector to ensure that the overall ecosystem has the capacity to be able to assess bankable deals that then allows for us to do the funding.
All kinds of brilliant ideas, but they were so out of the box and so beyond what was being done that nobody wanted to bank it because everybody thought it was too risky, but they didn't understand the sector. And the World Bank is part of that. So I don't know what skill set and what capabilities they're building, but we have to go beyond blanket terms like that. But you're right, a bank can't have expertise in every single industry. But the industries that the country is trying to go into, they need to start building it or form partnerships. But that very much shapes how you see risk. Because as I was saying yesterday, when you have the knowledge to do something, that project is less risky. If someone puts forward a project but they don't know how to do it, of course it's more risky. But making that judgment, banks have not been able to do that in Ghana, including the World Bank. I have looked at what they funded. So, you have taken a lot of steps. I'm not undermining them, but I'm saying when it comes to financing green tech and things going forward, we have to take this issue seriously because we didn't even have it with low-tech industries, right? And now we're going really further on. I think you need more of these partnerships that you talked about, but they can't be, I think, from the usual suspects. I think they need to be from industry and from foreign firms and from people who know what they're doing.
100%, I agree with you. I agree with you in a sense that it must come from those who are on the field and they are doing it, they know what they are doing. And so, for instance, in just recent past, we had what we call a value chain, summits and getting to know the field across the country and around agriculture. And, ACET was very involved in that as well. But the idea is to really hear from those who are practicing, the practitioners themselves, and get their view with respect to them knowing their business. Now, in terms of risk management and subjectivity, I completely agree that is the aspect of risk management that is subjectivity is subjective if you look at it from a perspective of qualitative, right? If you only look at it from a qualitative perspective, then obviously subjectivity then arises. So in addition to a qualitative reviews of the deals, we also subject them to quantitative reviews as well that are not just tiered to just one sector, but these are models that basically have been well tested across various geographies. And then so you bring the local know-how, and then you try to kind of tailor it into what needs to be done. But I agree with you that some of the funding conditions are very prohibitive. But one of the things that I think we have found useful in our short life had been that we've been very engaging with the World Bank with respect to what will work and what will not work. For instance, there are conditions with respect to, the NPL, the non-performing, the asset performance or asset quality of the financial institution before we can do business with. But when you come on the ground, there are mitigating circumstances that, would need some kind of varying. And so we've been engaging the World Bank, and we've got dispensation to really vary those requirements. So for us, as we get close to the business and as we work with them and we know what works and what will not work, we are not very afraid. We are not afraid at all to really pick them up with our funders and say, this is what will lead to development that you envisage. And so those are some of the things that
But the World Bank is fundamentally risk adverse. So I just want to say, I mean, we can go on and debate this forever, but when Chairman Lee of Samsung Electronics told the world in 1982 that they were going to enter semiconductors, everybody laughed. Who would bank that? It's not just that risk is subjective, it's that development is risky. You have to take a risk. We African countries cannot depend on traditional development financial institutions that are unwilling to take on risky projects as well.
I agree with you. I think development is risky. And so that's why one of the things that we are doing is to provide de-risking mechanisms to take some of these things forward. But again, I think the challenge for development finance institutions is separating the aspect of socially oriented development finance from a market oriented development finance. And I think that's something that maybe academia has to look at it. It has to really look at it and say, are these development finance institutions socially oriented or are they market oriented? And I think that kind of distinction from academia is very important because it provides a yardstick to really articulate whether development finance institutions are intermediating in the way they should or not. And I think that if you look at it from a perspective of market-oriented development finance institutions, then you realize that the cardinal things that should be guiding the conversation has to be whether you are financially sustainable and whether you are providing the development impact that is needed. And I think that the question also then is, are development finance institutions providing the impetus that basically build industry champions, or they are just funding a lot of small-scale institutions that would not necessarily bring the large-scale impact that you're looking for. So, for instance, if you have AFTA and you don't have significantly big institutions that can really produce in large scale and be able to export to the AFTA regions, then obviously these things will not necessarily inure to development as you're looking at it. So I think academia has to look at it. I mean, I think academia has to look at whether development finance institutions are socially oriented or they are capital market or market oriented. I believe if you look at it from a market orientation, that's where you would actually see some of the needed policy that basically ensures the transformation that we need across Africa. I think until that is done and we look at it only from a social perspective, then I'm afraid we may not necessarily see the impact that development finance institutions are supposed to provide. I believe the market-oriented one is the way to go.
Actually, I don't want to be the person between you and lunch, so I think this conversation would go on, and I certainly want to, back up on what Linda said. I think she has a very important point. And I think in some ways, you're trying to address that, but I don't think you can address that through the commercial banks because their fundamental governance structure is very different. And even when you're dealing with market fundamentals, even in countries where there's so much macro distortions, you could still have a lot of heterodox macro policy where you underwrite those risks to give the companies and so on a lot more soft loans. But in Ghana and in many other countries, I think the fundamental issue is that many of these companies, given the political economy, and I think we'll be talking about that after lunch if we're not asleep. But again, there are a number of issues here, and I think this is what we're trying to experiment with to see what are some of the upstream, measures that can be taken to make some of these SMEs that are aligned with the industrial policy to become investment ready, and therefore they can be able to absorb the financing that is coming. Many of them don't have a balance sheet. They don't have an account. They don't have even a plan. They have no governance structures. You can't be giving those companies money if you can't support them with patient capital to be able to shore them up. And then they are ready for, the financing that you provide. But the commercial banks are not the answer, given their structure. I just wanted to make that.
Just a quick one on that. I agree with you that we are not relying on the commercial banks. We're using the commercial banks as a conduit of deploying the capital. But also aware that we need to de-risk the space. And so through our business development services, we provide technical assistance that allows for the training of the end borrowers, the SMEs. We partner with institutions like the Ghana Association of Bankers and all these other industry experts to really provide the kind of support that the SMEs need. That then leads them to being bankable. And so those are some of the things that we are doing to really make sure that these end borrowers are very, bankable to the institutions. And so we don't have view that it is merely the responsibility of the financial institutions to really de-risk the space. But we see them as a conduit by way of our setup. But the responsibility of making sure that the end borrowers are bankable to the financial institutions, we carry that and we provide the technical assistance that is needed to do that. And we partner with the right folks that are engaged in that. And I think one of the things that I would take away is the KIC. I think a lot of the things that they are doing are things that we can really partner with them to really be able to provide it. Because in terms of providing the patient capital that we're working on the equities, these are things that we can work with them to really know the issues on the ground, and those that they've actually trained to become bankable, we can then work with them to really provide the financing. So you're right. It is not in the interest, really, of the financial institutions to do these kind of things, but it is in our interest that we really provide that so then they become bankable to the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 2 o'clock, so we are a little bit over time. But I will just give an opportunity for Professor Ajay and Santos to provide some closing remarks if they would like to.
Okay. There was an issue that I wanted to put up. So just quickly, just the loss and damage fund. I thought I should say that. It's taken over 30 years for, developing countries have been asking for this for 30 years. And so it was even a challenge in past COPs to get it on the agenda, because the advanced countries didn't want to be held liable. So it was a bit of a miracle that they even agreed to have it on the agenda, and furthermore to have it, to agree to it, right? But it's not out of it's not all clear now as to who is going to benefit. So if you read the text, they say it's to assist developing countries that are particularly vulnerable. And the question is who, if you look at Africa, almost every African country is vulnerable. So I think this is where the African voice is much needed. I think the committee has met, we've had one meeting, but that's something that we should be looking forward in terms of issues that we want to put forward, because a lot of the countries are suffering, and we want this to happen very quickly. So we don't want another committee to be set up and be working for several years before we see action. So I just thought I would just bring this up.
I mean, it's just real to finish. I think also there's something that I think I need to bring up, just to align with what Prof was saying. On the vulnerability, like, side of story, as much as they say, I mean, the fund is for vulnerable countries, we still witness the problem of finance misalignment, in a way that they continue giving the countries that are not vulnerable compared to those that are vulnerable, right? And I think it's of paramount importance that we, in fact, prioritize those that are really vulnerable. I understand that, in the conversation out there, that maybe what's going on is that they are giving countries that are kind of like biocapacity deficit as compared to those that are biocapacity reserves. Believing that those that are biocapacity reserve have not yet reached the threshold, right? And they want to take those that are there, back and so on. But it's important that we prioritize those that are vulnerable. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prince Santos and Prof. Ajay. I think that was an interesting discussion. And enjoy your lunch.